I hope I'm live. What's that? Testing. Anybody there? Can you hear me? Haha, good. Is my sound pretty good? Can you hear me well? Okay. Awesome. Awesome. Thank you. Cool, cool. Hey everybody. I managed to get the live stream started. That is a technological achievement for me. I will admit. I was a little intimidated. I hope I picked the right options. Well, I guess we'll see. Hey, you guys that are arriving right now, like early, I'm gonna ask you a favor if you can do it, and you probably won't need to, but if for some reason the live stream drops because I have satellite internet, maybe just type in the chat to others that he lost satellite internet, and I'll just reschedule another one when I can. Okay, not everybody knows that it could drop. It probably won't, but since some of you are here kind of early, just a heads up if it comes to that. I don't think it will. Australia, Finland. Wow, that's awesome. That's so cool. I really appreciate the ability to communicate with people all around the world. You know, you're all my neighbors. That's the way I see it, for sure. Germany, India. Wow, awesome. Ah, Denmark, Argentina. Awesome, man. England. Excellent. Man, so many places. Checking in. North Alabama. Cool. Ohio. So far, not a single place I've been to, I don't think. That's makes this all the better. Kentucky, London, far out. Hmm. Texas, howdy. What's up, man? Serbia, far out. Wow. Tennessee, Arizona. Connecticut, far out. Brazil. What's up, Brazil? What's up, everybody? Siberia. Whew. It's winter here. It's been almost a little bit cold, but I have no right to say that compared to you, right? Mm. Malaysia, far out. I love all you guys. Hey, um, just so everybody knows, and you can tell others if they didn't hear this part. In the morning, this morning, I got really hydrated, and I probably got a lot of water working its way through me. So I'll be making probably multiple trips to the nearby bathroom. Won't take long, but I'll have to walk away for little bits here and there. So if somebody shows up and goes, "Are we talking to a ghost?" You can let them know he's off taking a little potty break. More from India, Sweden. This is amazing. Brothers and sisters from everywhere. Hopefully some sisters too. I hope as this live stream goes, we have some females in the chat. I hope they feel welcome and don't think this is some kind of, dude sweat thing or something. Like, we're all expressions of the same creator, so it only makes it richer. Georgia, Australia, more Australia. G'day, mate. Bosnia, wow. Geez, guys, I mean, I know I've heard of all these places. I'm going to have to remind myself where some of them are on a map, but it's super cool that we're all talking. UK. Good eye. Nice. Mm. I'm going to try to hang in here a nice long time today so, we can just, I can just show you guys appreciation. I mean, that's what it is. I appreciate the interest. I appreciate the channel growth. I mean, it's not really about channel growth to me. I'm not looking for any money or something, but just connecting with more people that are interested more in like the healing of humanity and so forth. It's just a wonderful thing, to see that growth. It's just like, whoa, thank you for being here, and putting your hearts together. And man, I'm very humbled. Okay, Poland, far out. Can you tell us about your background? Your channel sound incredibly intelligent, knowledgeable, nutrition and anatomy. Man, as far as my total background, honestly, it would sound weird, like I'm talking from multiple different novels or something. But as far as because I've been into so many different things most people don't do in one lifetime. And but to start with, as far as like nutrition and anatomy, um, and God bless you too, my friends. Um, it started Well, okay. I was born with Hirschsprung's disease. I was born with so many defects I couldn't even live without surgical intervention. And then I was very sick as a kid because my immune system had been wiped out by all the hospital antibiotics and stuff. I had an NDE during a surgery. Um, and as I'm growing up, there was this strong fire inside me to become vital and healthy and alive and not be weak and sick and laying around catching a cold and being bedridden for 3 weeks at a time and watching other kids get to play and wondering why I was the weakest or whatever. So this inner voice was like, okay, we're not accepting that. We're going to become very, very vibrant and alive. And as I went along in life, I would get these sudden downloads when I'd be in like a relaxed state, and I would suddenly see an understanding of something in my mind, like some pieces about physiology coming together. And this started me trying to use the internet to do research, and it must have been guided research because I would always, without having any strategy for research, whatever I was typing in, I was always being taken to these obscure research papers, and I was given the understanding to see the connections of what I had already been shown in my mind. So I used to tell people, I don't know what it is, but I'm being trained for something, and I'll bet I get to use it one day. So right now, obviously, this is a great way to be able to use some of that, to help people, and I'm happy to help because obviously the world's hurting in that many ways, and I'm just going to do the best I can to humbly like share things that maybe they don't make a lot of sense because I can't point you to a bunch of different um, books or studies or anything, but that's really not how I got this stuff. And I've gone from being the most sickly kid who was told he would always be weak and sick and weaker than everybody else because I was born with Hirschsprung's disease. And as the years and decades go on, it's just evolving to where I can just run laps around even myself 10 years ago. So I just want to share that. Catching me live finally, huh, brother? I guess the timing is right. So that's kind of the health background, and then of course living it, and experiencing a lot of things, and just it's very, very real. And it's like, man, I feel a heartfelt desire to see if I can connect that with some people and help them start looking inward more. Of course, it's nice to correlate things with outside data if you can find it, but I want people to, if they can feel the calling inside, to realize you can become sovereign over your own health. And obviously, the world really needs that because, lack of sovereignty and the way the world's been for so long, it just leads to being taken advantage of in a lot of ways. So I feel a lot of compassion for people, and animals, any living thing. And it's just, ever since I had that ND when I was really little, I've been profoundly sensitive to things. And that used to overwhelm me and seem like a problem, but I realize now it's a gift when there's enough wisdom and divine guidance and support to actually use it well, you know. So I'm just doing what I can with that. Chat sensors use from wow. Yeah, radiation, RF. Yeah, I mean all those things interfere with your nervous system, which interferes with your immune system, your ability to concentrate and figure things out. I mean, guys, you're being it's like warfare, to be honest, on you from all angles. It really is. I was profoundly sensitive, and I was called to do this when I was 3 years old. I told my mom, "I'm going to leave the world of man and societies and being like a serf or something, and I'm going to figure out how to live in the jungle with the animals and be free," you know. And you know, she's so like happy to see that was actually like a real vision. You know, it wasn't just a kid daydreaming. I daydreamed a lot, but it turns out your imagination is actually not what you're told. Your imagination is like a connection, like a portal to where you can get divine inspiration, you know, for who you really can be. How many languages? One, really. I can do a little bit of sign language, but I forgot that. I can do a little bit of Spanish, you know, I kind of get by a little bit, but I can't really speak it. So just one. Mm. I wish I could keep up with all your guys' comments. I just can't, you know, I got to just kind of relax and see which ones I happen to catch and do the best with it and just trust that that's what needs to be. Mm. Whoa, it's going fast. There's so many of you. I'm going to get overwhelmed. Bear with me, guys. I'm going to do my best. Mm. That's it. Oh man. As far as you're 25, you want to preserve your mind, body, and health. I'm just going to do my best to cooperate with the higher voice that can speak through me and just put it together in, you know, the health playlist as it evolves. And those are just all the principles that I find the most valuable. And if you just study them for a while and relax and meditate on them, after a while you see how they all connect together. They all just circle around. I got to divide it up a little because it's overwhelming to just say 9 million different aspects. But by simplifying it and focusing on the main bulletin points and just building the health playlist out of that, if you just, you know, relax and take it in when you have time to like maybe breathe and chill, a lot of those concepts will start to sink in. They'll start to seem more simple, and you'll start to envision for yourself how you can apply them more and more. You know, mm. Ankle sprain. Yeah, I've sprained and torn all kinds of things. Uh, yeah, sounds like you're doing a lot of good stuff for it. Yeah, you're being proactive. That's a lot better. I mean, your body will heal it on its own unless you've got like too many health limitations, but you can speed it up with all that for sure. I don't have books and authors on consciousness, my friend. I don't. Um, some okay, as far as things that are hard to talk about, or I don't think you get in trouble for it at this point. Some things that I find really valuable that I have recently read because they were hidden for so long, and I was always looking for them. The Gospel of Mary and the Gospel of Thomas. Those are amazing things. You know, wink, wink. Don't miss the moon by only seeing the finger pointing at it, right? uh, Raw dairy as opposed to pasteurized. Yeah, raw is real. If you have any kind of constitution that does okay with dairy, it's very nutritious. You know, it's a complete food in and of itself. And assuming the animals are treated right, so it's just an energetically harmonic situation, I think it could be real good for a person. Unless you're just someone that's dairy intolerant. Pasteurized and homogenized is horrible for everyone, even people that don't realize it is. There's people that can get by on it, not notice any obvious effects, but it's totally denatured. It turns it into fast sugars and denatured proteins, and it just destroys it. Dark mode. Yeah, I guess I could turn the one little light bulb on in here, but it's morning time, and we have solar. We run on solar, so we always do everything very conservative to make sure we get our solar fully charged each day, and then we don't drain it much at night. It's just part of the homestead thing. So I appreciate you guys being okay with me being a little bit in the shade here. And I'm doing this inside today, guys, because it's probably going to rain. And if even like one raindrop hits this laptop, and around here the rain comes in sideways, so even out on the porch that could happen, and then it's just dead. And I won't even get to talk to you guys for a while until I can replace it. So that's why I'm indoors. So I know this doesn't get interrupted or stopped, hopefully, unless the satellite signal goes out on the internet. I don't give out publicly where we live. It's I got to honor my family's safety that way. Um, I do have dedicated enemies. I don't consider myself their enemy, but they really project some things, and it's better for my family's peace and well-being that I don't tell people where I live. But if you want to live a lifestyle that takes advantage of the kind of things you can grow in the tropics, you got the whole fertile belt of the earth to figure out where you could make that happen. I always knew I needed to be somewhere tropical to be able to cultivate all the things I needed. Um, so that was my key starting point right there. What kind of fruit do we have, man? Oh yeah, we have avocado and pomegranate. We have so many things. If I start listing it, I'll get all confused and it'll take forever. We have a lot. We have a lot of different types of fruits here. A lot of them are in the early stages, small trees. I've been planting lots and lots of trees. Some of them are starting to bear fruit a few years in. In a few more years, they're going to be bearing so much more fruit. And then I'll just be living on fruit all day with only like probably one heavier meal at night. How to find love. Okay. You have to go into it to give love. You have to be the source of love, because then you are in alignment with the creator. You are the source of love. Okay. If you go in looking to take, it's already a vampiric, parasitic kind of thing. And you'll end up feeling like you're the victim, that somebody didn't love you right. But that's just all ego and control and like, clinging, and it's miserable. Okay. The true path is to be the source of it, and then look for somebody who is also a source of it, and then you guys can get through anything together and build anything. But that is the key. That's the key central thing that's missing in all of humanity that we need to bring. Everything's inside out and backwards and confusing because people are stuck in their mind and they're not coming from their heart where the true wisdom is and the true source of life can be found. uh, well, as far as consuming meat from animals you grow yourself, I mean, that's many many steps better from the factory farming, like awful, just torture system. Okay, any step in a kinder direction is a step worth taking, guys. Realistically, pragmatically, most people aren't just going to be able to jump from like totally horrible to like totally benevolent lifestyle. Anything you do that reduces suffering on the planet is you're cultivating a better direction for everybody. About the safety and credibility of practice. Thoughts on magic? Well, I don't know. I mean, the whole new age thing, I mean, is there some truth? Yeah. Is there a lot of mixtures of non-truth? Yeah. Um, what one person calls magic and what they mean by that versus another, it's all over the place. You'll know a tree by its fruits, if you know what you're looking for. If somebody calls something magic, somebody else might call the same thing science, and you really have to see where it's coming from. Most things are coming from ego acting like some kind of superior path. Um, is it heart centered? Is it really for the best of all involved? Is it out of humility and desire to serve others? Or is it, if I can harness magic, I can get what I want, because that's always the path to the dark side, man. Oh, boy, these are going fast. Do Do you work out frequently? Yeah, I work out 6 days a week, some kind of workout. Today's my rest day. Deltoids, hey, check out my deltoid playlist I put together in the channel because people are always like, dude, your delts. To me, I noticed in the fitness world, I have like off the chart pattern recognition, and I realized that like a lot of people drastically undertrain their lateral deltoids for some reason, and it's one of the coolest things you can do aesthetically and functionally. So I just thought, hey, let me go ahead and it's really easy to stand out that way in a world where people are totally undertraining their lateral delts. And I enjoy training delts, so why not? Delts are kind of creative. They're kind of dynamic, and creativity works well with them. So being a person who enjoys just flowing with creativity, I have fun doing different things with my delts, and all of it's added to them in different ways. But yeah, check out that playlist and you get a few ideas. Some of the stuff I do that maybe you don't see elsewhere too often. My boyfriend, Will, is your biggest fan. Shout him out, please. What's up, Will? Where there's a will, there's a way, right, brother? I know there is. David Icke, I've seen some of his stuff in the past. I think he's gone through his own variations of spiritual awakenings and dark nights and this and that. And there's some interesting concepts in his stuff. Do I think everything he sees is like literal accurate? No, even with past videos of myself in different iterations, it's very confusing when you start making different breakthroughs and you're experiencing certain truths perceptively, but you're also having a lot of visions that maybe you're taking too literally. And this is the problem with a lot of people that are well meaning but don't realize they're false prophets. And anyway, nothing but respect for our brother. He means well. He's probably done a lot more good than harm to the world. I appreciate him from what I've ever seen of him. Modern school system. Well, I wouldn't put my kids in it, because I went through that. It's basically learning how to be in jail from the time you're a kid. And if you can't do no better than that, don't feel no guilt about it. I'm saying that if you have a way, I find online schooling, there's some pretty affordable, awesome online schooling where a kid can go through school at their own speed. I always wanted that. Let me sleep into where I want, and I'll blaze through school, and I would have graduated 5 years early and been done with it. I mean, that wasn't really around when I was going through it, but I'm able to give that to my kids, so it's a wonderful blessing. Sometimes it's good to suffer something so that later you are aware of the opportunity to help somebody else not suffer that something, if you can. Semen retention. I get asked that all the time. Well, that's the physical thing, talking about semen retention, but really what I would put in here that's of value is like fasting for purification. You purify your body by fasting from foods and things. If you're dedicating it to a spiritual purpose, you're fasting from sexual activities, let's say, and especially from like the thoughts that go with that, the lust, the trap. You can make a voluntary sacrifice for spiritual growth, and if you're sincere going into that and you're looking to feel the presence of God more, like it can have great payoffs. Now, as far as whatever people are selling out there, like it'll give you superpowers and you'll be able to fly and you'll be smarter than whatever the ego's saying out there, I'm sure it's pretty much useless. But the deeper possibilities of fasting from something so you can focus on something of deeper value, that's profound if you have the wisdom and the sincerity to go into it that way. Is the jungle safe? No. It's beautiful. It's absolutely beautiful. It can be safe if you learn to become mindful all the time of what you're doing. But I'm regularly doing things where if I make a mistake, I would kill myself. And there's nobody here to help. There's no hospital. If I'm bleeding out, it's like I'm bleeding out. So, I mean, it's not safe. To me, it's a lot safer than living in a trap that never lets you even live in the first place. Like, I can't live through that. I already know that. But there's a lot of mindfulness and presence you have to be able to do it in a practical level to be okay navigating a place like a jungle. There's trees here that if you lean on it, you'll have spikes this long snapped all through your hand and you'll be in a world of hurt. I've done it. Talk about brutal, unescapable pain and important lessons. That's not even fatal. But I mean, there's a lot of things that are beautiful that will defend themselves in ways you don't expect in a jungle. That's for sure. Oh, the spiders, horrific. And I had arachnophobia, and it's been therapy since I got here. I basically had a mental break. It was so bad. I didn't even know what spiders were until we got here. Here they can practically box with you. It's ridiculous, and they come in every shape and size. Some of them are like face huggers from the Alien movies. It's absolutely, but facing your fears and growing through it and getting past unnecessary limitations is a blessing. How do you get off the grid? I mean, dude, I'd have to write big old books, and I'm not a book writer, and I would get canceled for talking about it for sure because I'd have to be real with you guys because it's not just the hows, it's also the whys. It's all tied together for me, and hopefully that's a bit of a pointer in the right direction if you're meant to really look into that. Yeah. Yeah. Never tried coffee enema, but you want to start? Okay. I was very resistant to the idea because I'm like, oh, that's cringy and embarrassing. But finally, from someone I love and trust and their benefits, I finally gave in and tried it. Immediately fell in love with the process, and I just got mature and said, stop being immature in junior high. It's just a simple scientific process with profound benefits. There's a once you've done it a few times, I mean, you might have a few spills and a little minor messes, and once you get the process down, it's easy and it's wonderful. That's what I would tell you. Once you get past the little hurdle of, you know, whatever hesitations you have, it's not some big deal. It's just a really productive thing. Remember to replace your electrolytes on a regular basis because it's going to clean out a lot of toxins, but it's going to use a lot of electrolytes to do that, coming out through the liver and the lymphatic system and cleaning out years and years of weird corrosions and cities of things you don't even want to know about in your guts. Much love and respect to you too, my friend. All of you. Raw egg whites. I think if you eat it with a yolk, it balances out pretty good. I wouldn't eat them by themselves, at least not on a regular basis. But animals do it, and they don't fear that, and they instinctively understand nutrition. And there's a lot of biotin in the yolk that basically balances out with the part of the white that robs it, especially if it's a rich egg. I don't know about factory farmed, miserable, drug injected GMO chickens, but the real ones, the yolks are so rich, it's like a whole different animal. Pun not intended. And I think it balances out fine. Thank you, my friend. I'll keep the family safe and off camera. That's right. I appreciate that you appreciate that. The last thing I would want to do is what I see where it seems like people are like pimping out their family like a reality TV show to get attention. It's like, wow. I'm not judging anybody, but I sure wouldn't do that to my family. You can't understand anything I'm saying. Okay. The brain fog and the gut connection. I would recommend you start with serious bodily detoxification, my friend. You'll find that your capacity is much higher than you think, but the body itself becomes like a plugged filter. And people have been taught that your body's in your mind is in your head. It's not. Your mind is a field around you, and it's limited by the filter it's trying to reach through. Okay. Um, so you got to start there. You got to start cleaning out all the things that are blocking you from being able to transmit through this antenna that is your body and use your own mind better. You think about the average human being kept in a shallow breathing slave state. Well, one thing is like, if I go into town in an air conditioned building or around smog or something, I breathe very, very shallow because I'm trying to limit the damage. Um, I'm blessed here. The more deep air, I mean, there's all these things coming off plants I'm breathing in the air. It's wonderful. So it's a real situation. I mean, you got to create or find or make time to get an environment where the air is worth breathing, and then breathe deep and take in that life force, that hasn't been contaminated. What you call To protect from malevolent spirits. Befriending benevolent spirits. I just do the things Yeshua taught. I go straight to the source. I don't mess with in-between spirits anymore. I found a lot of them can be quite benevolent seemingly, but a lot of them have their own agenda. As far as the negative spirits, remember, here's how they work. They're parasitic. They may act tough and scare you, but that's just because they can give you visions and lies, and all they ever do is lie. They've cut themselves off from the source in their incorrect understanding, and they've gone into deeper darkness, and they have to steal life from you to feed on. So whether they can upset you with anger or fear or paranoia or whatever negativity, that creates an emotional leak and they're sucking energy off you. You'll notice you're more drained, right? When that kind of stuff's been going on. That's what they're doing. They're parasites. A lot of the systems of this world are also parasitic. I mean, look at the parallels. Feeding off the lifeblood and the time and the energy and the life force of humans. When did I move to the forest? Well, we got to this particular awesome property, our true homestead, a couple years ago, maybe almost 3 years ago now. I grew up in a forest in Northern California, but the jungle here, finally got to here a few years ago. No, Mutt, I did not experience that exact thing. Generally, most health conditions kind of come down to the same causes, though. Sounds like you're having a reaction of some kind to something you're eating. I'd look into cleaning the body out, getting foreign things out of the body and unclogging it, and eating simple meals you digest well to get your immune system working right. I'm missing a lot of good stuff here, guys. I'm sorry. No, I've never been to the tundra wilderness. I've seen it on, like nature shows. Very interesting. How heavy do you think that tree you picked up was? Oh, dude, I don't even know. Yesterday, I needed to release some emotional turmoil, and I've been trained by angels to basically put the intense, overwhelming feelings I get into an outlet like that. And sometimes I lift things that I don't even have any idea how heavy it is until later. And it's easy. And if I don't do that, my emotions destroy me because they're very powerful. They're energy and motion. So I don't want to guess right now because I wasn't even thinking about that when I did it. But it was a lot easier than it should have been. And it's probably a lot heavier than I than it felt like it was. That's for sure. Do I believe the internet is a third space? No, nothing separate from anything. There's just distortions from the greater truth. Okay. Compartmentalizations where you believe in the illusion of separation, it gets darker and darker. But none of that's actually true. The internet's just a communication device that's being used to manipulate people in their minds, or to give love and healing and value. What's on eating? Thanks for all the help, though. You're absolutely welcome for any help, friends. Absolutely. It's my pleasure. It's my honor. And it's self-serving spiritually. Okay. To be honest with you, the path to the kingdom of heaven within you, that's invaluable and can't be seen on the outside, or maybe it can in some ways, but it's through the path of giving to another because you're acting on something that is true, and it shows you something about reality that you won't find otherwise. Well, the detox and society question, tickle toast. My detox video on this channel was what we used to upgrade ourselves enough to even survive and make it out of society. Okay. I tried to simplify it and give you the really strong stuff for cellular detox so that you can take in nutrients. You can get the clogs out of the way so your mind, body, spirit can communicate and work better. So that's basically what that's there for. What do I mean by trained by angels? Well, I didn't know it at the time, but I would have given myself a disease. I mean, I was on the verge. Might even had some diseases a few times, but I was guided to take the the painful emotions and basically alchemize them into something constructive, you know. And for me, just the way I'm built and part of who I am, a good way. Now, somebody else might do this with, music or any number of things, but for me, a great way to do that is to channel it, all that emotional energy and motion through my nervous system and leverage it into physical outlets, and it's just really therapeutic for me. Am I into Steiner? I don't even know who that is. Thoughts on? I don't know who Goatus or Syringe or anything, guys. I don't. You know, I'm in an off-grid reality. Doing my best to collaborate with the creator, and I don't really care about all the noise out there. The more silent you get, the more you can hear the still small voice of the infinite creator. The more noise you're listening to, the more you're listening to the ego of man that will keep you from it. The basic spiritual premise or principle that I've kind of learned the hard way, but sometimes that's the best way. Flat Earth? No, of course not. It's ridiculous. It doesn't really matter, though. If you think the Earth's flat, who cares? It's how you live and what you do with your heart that matters, whether you think you're in a cubed Earth or anything else. But no, that's no. A 30-day fast 3 months ago. That's very powerful. I mean, if you feel a lot of benefits and feel a lot better, your body, mind should be giving you a lot of feedback. You can try my cleansing technique also. I mean, I'm sure it'll add something to your game. But if you prefer like doing real dedicated fasts like that, that's another really good way to do it. I think what I've come up with, it may sound weirder, but it's probably actually easier for most people to do. And it hits things from a lot of angles to clean the body out. But I wouldn't compare and contrast and say one's better than the other. It kind of depends on the person and the situation and what they feel internally right about. Yeah. No, I'm not avoiding saying raw meat. It's just, I know there's all these people all about it and whatever, and I'm not going to argue with anybody. I shared my reasons for being vegetarian a long time ago. I lived on raw meat for 5 years. I've done it all, guys. I've done it all, and I'm just sharing where I'm at now. I'm not going to give opinions about what somebody else is teaching and selling books about and all that. And sometimes you got to explore things, you know. I'm not going to recommend that, but I explored it for myself, a long time ago. But hmm. The better you live off grid, the less money you need. That's one of the real things. Your true off grid, self sufficient reality, not just going out in the woods off grid somewhere and hiding and still needing money, but like a self sustaining system. If you can create that, your needs for money are so small. It's like when you got to give Caesar a coin, yeah, give him a coin to pass through a checkpoint, but your needs for money become very, very small. Oh man, what do I use for? Oh guys, I got to make one of these quick bathroom breaks because I hydrated myself heavily this morning. Give me like 2 minutes, probably. Be right back. Oh boy, I'm sure I missed a lot. How to deal with ED and eat without feeling guilty. Eat without feeling guilty. Eat a diet that's in alignment with who you are. As far as ED, it's all a circulation thing. You got to restore circulation through your body. Go down that rabbit hole. Um, you need proper blood flow. You need to open up your veins and arteries and get all the plaque out. That's basically what that really stems from. Unless it's psychological because of all the unhealthy ideas you've been given about sexuality and stuff, which is also, of course, rampant and crazy and tricky. But it could be some combination of both. Let's try space out questions. Wait, if there's a bunch. Yeah, it's probably good. If you have something really important, you know, just keep posting it every so often, and hopefully, if I meant to see it, I do. I'm doing my best, guys. What's up, Gong Fu Hermit? What's up, brother? It's cool, man. Fist bump. I think I meant. Oh, eating disorder, not ED. Okay, eating disorder. Oh, okay. So is it like a weight thing? Is it like kind of on the verge of what do they call that, where you're purging all the time, that kind of thing? Is it like an image, like you feel like you got to be a skinny supermodel and you're scared of food and calories? Am I getting ballpark on that one now? Maybe. Um, yeah, you got to go to the root cause of all that fear and heal the fear with love. Every problem stems from fear at the root, but it takes introspective abilities to dig down and see the root. Most people don't realize where their decisions are coming from. Oh, you're very welcome, my friend. Thank you. Thank you. You're putting treasure in my heart, okay? By even being willing to, being even willing to receive love from somebody else. I mean, even that's a blessing. It really is. It's a mutual thing, guys. We're all part of the same greater whole. It just doesn't seem like it. The world's tricky. It's supposed to be. There's great opportunities in being prodigal children and coming into a fallen world like this. It's risky, but filled with great opportunity for spiritual growth. Um, I'm missing so many good things. I love you guys, man. Keep posting if it's important until I see it. How to feel so good naturally daily. I mean, there's a lot of physical things. I'll keep building on the channel, and I'll try to keep alluding to the spiritual truth. That's really what it is. Alignment with truth, with what you really are, with the creator you come from, in alignment with it. And living in the light of truth and love instead of fear and deception and ego and darkness and imprisonment and separation and all the misery that's being taught and perpetuated. Am I natural? Yes. What's my opinion on steroids? I'm a guy who likes to stay away from man-made things and go the path of God's designs. And I could talk about ecdysterone later on some video because people don't think it works, but it really does if you can. Anyway, I don't have time to get into that right now. But as far as steroids, like, look, if you're accountable for yourself and you understand that there's cause and effect and you're putting certain stresses on your body and it's still really a conscious choice. I mean, what can I say? I think who you are in your heart and what you do with your life is a lot more important than all the details of what toxicities you put through your body or not. Okay, so it's not something I'm going to rant and rave about, that's for sure. And I see these pro bodybuilders that are, I mean, I wouldn't dedicate my whole life to something like that 24/7, but it's like, wow, I have a certain amount of respect for people that are so dedicated to pushing the envelope and, showing you what a body that's 5'9" and weighs 330 pounds of muscle. I wouldn't do that to myself, but it's like, whoa, so I ain't judging nobody. It's just not my thing. It's not my path. It's not what I'm here for. And unfortunately, a lot of people think you can only be muscular and strong with steroids. And It's just one more limiting idea. You may not be 5'9" and 330 pounds, but those guys couldn't even function out here in the real world. They wouldn't make it through one day in the jungle. So I mean, that's only good for what it's good for. Yeah, you got to treat yourself with kindness so you can treat others with kindness, and you got to treat others with kindness so you can treat yourself with kindness. It's a principle. How tall am I? I'm 6'2", and I'm right now I weigh 220 something probably. Um, my weight's been all over the place depending on what I'm doing. Sometimes I do starvation fast. Sometimes the biggest I've been's like 250 with a pretty low body fat at that size. And that was a vegan diet, believe it or not. People think that's crazy. He's lying, but it's like, no. Biggest I ever was a vegan diet. I had the time and the focus to just eat constantly and lift constantly. And I was trapped in a city, which was basically a prison cell anyway. So I did lots of high volume training and, just made the best out of my sentence until we could make our move and make our exodus. Something I can to change DNA. I mean, it's being changed by dark forces infringing upon it. If you want to upgrade it, the only way to do is actually align with becoming Christ-like, becoming a light unto the world, becoming one with God. Okay, um, that'll actually connect all the strands that are currently disconnected in low consciousness humanity. Enabling super chats. I'll try to figure out what that is. I don't even know, my friend. Uh, I don't know what Gautama Buddha is. I don't know that term. Rock climbing, yes. I used to go out by myself and rock climb in the middle of crazy places with no ropes. Not recommending it. I don't even know. That was just a stage in my life. It was amazing. It was amazing. But boy, did people lecture me when they heard what I did. What did you learn from prison? Well, my prison was living in a city. What I learned was make use of your time. Prepare yourself for the vision that you need to become, and do it when you can, and hold out, and don't let yourself um, be destroyed or made too weak to do what you have to do to escape it and create an authentic vision of a life. If I could try to summarize something there. No, I didn't go to prison. I've been in jail a few times, but I've never been to prison. I've never done prison time. I was saying that living in a city was a trap for me. If I step outside my door, it costs me money. It's like, and we had to live way below our means for a long time to ever get out of it. My family, so it was a prison physically. Uh, yeah. How to stop sinning? Okay, it can be done, my friend. If you actually hunger and thirst for righteousness, don't listen to what a lot of religions say that you're just some broken, wretched thing that was born in sin. That's not true. It's not what Yeshua taught at all. He told you the simplest thing ever. He simplified everything. He said, if you love God with all your heart and being and love your neighbor as yourself, you'll achieve what was being called the law by the religious who didn't really understand. And you can absolutely do it. You have to want it, you have to cultivate it. It all comes from love. It comes from giving love to the other. Regardless of what anybody else is doing, you treat them, you want to be treated, because now you're becoming the source of it, and you're showing and you're walking out what you actually perceive God to be, which brings you further into that actual truth. And it just keeps building the kingdom of heaven within. You can live righteously. I'm not saying you'll never make a mistake, but you can live righteously. You really can. Don't let anybody tell you otherwise. It's one of the biggest lies been perpetrated on this world, and it's kept the world from becoming what it could be. If you want to learn how to be Christ-like, practicality. Ask me on a thread sometime, and I'll give you a link. I could never explain all that just right now. I can only give you the quickest, shortest, but I know people want more. So ask me on some thread to give you a link about that, and I'll give you some things that are really useful. Really useful. Okay. Uh, yes, happiness, enlightenment, the inner kingdom comes from within. That's why everything teaches you to reach outward and fight for this and that. Like that's the answer, and it's backwards. Those that only see the outside world with these eyes are completely blind, ironically. It's the inner eye that's calcified by fear and poison in most that opens you to see the inner world. And then you realize this so-called visible world is just a shadow of the actual kingdom, the actual reality. I know that's probably a big leap to just say that right now, but it's the truth. It's a pointer, if nothing else. I've read the whole Bible multiple times, sure. I really only focus on the red letters. They're the only thing that actually help me cultivate spiritual growth. And I also read the things that should have been red letters that were taken out and find them very revealing. Older writings that were had to be hidden by all those that were tortured and murdered for actually living accordingly, being able to live long lives and heal people from supposed incurable things. And the Roman Empire was not cool with that, to put it lightly. Yeah, I met the one people call Jesus when I died when I was 2 years old. And there was no words involved because I hadn't been conditioned to words yet, but there's all kinds of things that were just given. And by going through a bunch of different interesting chapters in life, more of them are unlocking. And I mean, he's my guide, my spirit guide, if you will, if that term works for some. He's the best spirit guide. The one man that was fully ever aligned with God and showed us the way to do that, and then had it sort of rewritten into a different narrative so nobody would. But the truth is still inside for those that are seeking it. And he made his spirit available to all. So if you really seek, you find. But if you seek with your ego for, the things you think you want from the world, you find suffering. And if you're honest with yourself, you can use that to learn some things and understand some things and redirect yourself. God knows I've had to break myself badly on a bunch of different types of rocks in life to help myself see what I was trying to help myself see. How do you handle heartbreak? Oof, there's a lot of it, my friend. First of all, it's a good sign that your heart can be broken. Okay. Without hearts, this world just doesn't even know if they're alive or they're AI or if a robot's a real person, and it just descends into deeper layers of hell. So thank you for having a heart. Feeling is healing, believe it or not. Don't try to not feel it, or you'll just push yourself towards sociopathy or just being a shutdown zombie like most people become without meaning to, and living in your head, where you'll always be just used by those who program heads. How do you handle it? Hmm. To put it in the shortest terms that are going to sound too simple and cliche, you really got to take it to God. You really do. And your particular messages, information, and path on that is going to be unique to you. But God, you are an expression of God. And God, what I'm calling God or source or creator or the one or whatever term is not a problem for people. And I understand that. Knows you a lot better than you do, because what you think is you is actually just part of your mind. Man, these things start sounding circular, and maybe that's because they are. But first of all, when you suffer because you have an open heart, just know that that's a credit to you. That's a huge credit to you. And it takes strength to feel the pain, because if you won't feel it, you'll become part of the problem, because you pushed away the part of yourself that was supposed to lead, and you locked it in a dark cell somewhere, and you became programmable here. And then the so-called elites of this world, they've already had that locked down for thousands of years. You got no chance of not doing their will. once you're trapped in your mind, no matter how well-meaning you are as a person. It's just it's the layout of Earth right now and has been for a while. Yeah, seek first the kingdom. Absolutely. And don't let other people really define that for you. Seek it like a child with curiosity and reverence and truth and love and freedom. That's how you find it. Not doing what you're told. That's not even seeking. That's just outsourcing. And then you miss it. You miss the moon for the finger, right? Law of attraction or assumption. I mean, I dabbled in it, but it's very new agey and selfish from what I've seen. So it's like most things that are kind of like religions in the world where it draws you in with some good, but there's some poison mixed in with the good, whether people mean it that way or not. But no, this whole like if I just uh fantasize about something, I can just have anything I want. Well, good luck to you if that actually works. It's not going to be for your best interest because that's your ego being given what it wants, which is oof, not not actually in your best interest. Hmm. It kind of depends, you know, where you're coming from with stuff like that. How do you elevate your frequency? Clean out your vessel, your temple, make it a temple of the living spirit of God. Okay. Now, some building somewhere where you do weird rituals, this is the temple. Okay. So that's one way to start. Because a lot of times you don't realize there's already genius in your soul, spiritual genius, but you're never going to hear it when the temple is so clogged full of filth and death and misery that you can't, there's no room in there for the light. You know what I'm saying? So that's a good place to start. I'm calling them elites with quotations because it's what they call themselves. It's pure insanity. I know that. Whatever term you use, it doesn't matter. Guys, I apologize because I know that certain terms are painful based on what you've been through, but no matter which term I say, somebody's going to be hurt from it. So just insert a term that works for you, okay? Feel free to do that with anything I say. It's not the words, guys. It's what's behind the words and between the words that matters. We do our best with words. Hmm. No, I'm not going to watch the Super Bowl. I wouldn't even know anything about it. I'm too hyper. If I watch football, I got to find people to play, and there's nobody around to play with, and I'll just end up breaking a wall or something. I can't watch sports. I always had to do them or not even watch. Between food groups and digestion, Google the average digestion times of particular foods. They're all very different, okay? And then you get a pretty good idea how to space things out. Voting, I don't vote. I'm not going to participate in the lesser of two evils, no matter how much people tell me to. My wife and I are weirdos that don't vote. And we don't have any connected karma to the mass murder or anything else done by any politicians, mass deception. And I'm not judging them. I need to remain free. I love those people and feel compassion for their darkness, but I'm not going to be a part of it. Of course not. Uh, oh, man. You guys ask so many great questions. It could be like a long topic. If I miss you today and you know it's important, just keep putting it on the threads so I can meditate on it and see if I'm meant to like channel some love or wisdom on it for you guys, okay? Because if it's meant to be, it'll happen. Rice, peanuts, lentils every day is okay. Yeah, those are pretty good foods. Spread them out into different meals and make sure you get some omega 3s because you're basically missing your essential omega 3s. Other than that, that's not bad for cheap stuff to live on for a while when you're young and you know young and frisky and able to get by on less than perfect, but better than nothing. Creatine, maybe I'll do a video sometime. Yeah, my thoughts and experiences with creatine. Right. Is killing wrong in defense of national security? Oh boy. Um, Depending on where your position is in things. For me, it is because national security. I was basically born in Rome 2.0, and I'm not going to kill anybody for that. However, if they invaded my family or something, I would kill whoever. I already know that, and I would forgive them as I did it. And I would find it very unfortunate that I'm being pushed to do such a thing. But I don't have world leaders tell me that to do the right thing and God says go kill these guys or no, no. That that said, if you're a soldier, look, you're dealing with heavy shit. People don't, and nobody should be judging you for it. Okay, I'm just sharing. I'm just sharing. Uh, any omega 3s in plants? Yeah, look up the plant. You can get a breakdown, especially things that have nuts and seeds. Even like I was eating some passion fruits yesterday, and I crunch up the seeds and sides. Even those have a little bit of omega 3s. So, like living on raw fruit, if you're eating like the whole fruit, a lot of times you are getting enough omega 3s. Yeah. Cancer a parasite? A lot of cancer is tied to parasites. Yeah. There's a huge connection that people are starting to realize. I wouldn't say every single form of cancer is a parasite. I think that's too big a leap, but a lot more cancers are directly involved, or parasites are directly involved in what people have been led to believe. Yeah. How to deal with my own mortality? There is no mortality. This is a temporary thing. If you invest in this, you will be miserable as it's all taken from you. If you invest in the eternal kingdom, you will be excited for what's next. Do you hunt your food? Yeah, I climb trees and punch trees down for fruit and stuff. I hunt food in that sense, dig roots out of the ground, but I'm a vegetarian, so no, I don't kill animals. Animals are my friends. I love them, and they love us. Animals change when they're around people who truly love them. They don't even act as much like animals. They start acting more like people. We got chickens, ducks, cats, and dogs all laying around, hanging out with each other, totally in harmony all the time. It's amazing. We were originally supposed to be the caretakers of the planet, not the takers of the planet, for the big fall. I mean, that's on another philosophical side, you could say we were meant to fall. You can look at it either way, but I still see the original idea too. Honey consumption, if it's raw, like, yeah, that's a superfood. Don't mix it with things that it really shouldn't be mixed with. Don't be putting honey on heavy foods and stuff. But yeah, like just straight up raw honey with all the waxy stuff and everything, and it hasn't been cooked. Superfood, man. A lot of healing properties. Yeshua is a perfectly clear guide on the kingdom within, but you have to be able to tune out all the noise around him and listen to him only. That is my 3 cents times pi times more on that one, my friend. I'm glad I saw that real quick. My bone structure didn't change directly from being vegetarian, guys. My bone structure changed because my DNA has changed, because my consciousness has changed for the better. And I guess it happens to make me look better too. If we want to say things like better, problem with that is if you praise somebody, you cause upheaval and upset in others, and I'm here to inspire. I'm here to point to things. I'm here to help. I'm not here to be on a pedestal. I'm not different or better than you. Okay. I do look a lot better and feel a lot better and have a lot better consciousness than I used to. And I can see myself that my DNA has reflected that in certain ways, for sure. I'm vegetarian for other reasons because I live by the principles of life, not death. You have life and death set before you. There is no neutral thought or decision or choice. Everything is one or the other. Mm. It's easy to maintain muscle being a vegetarian. It's actually easier because you're not eating death all the time. You've just been trained to see it a certain way due to big industry that's been profiting from the absolute maniacal abuse of animals for a very long time. And they fund the studies, they do whatever they want. When you got all the money in the world and you control all the narratives, you can just program anybody to do whatever, even when it's against their own nature. I train 6 times a week usually, unless on certain days I might even train more than once. But my sessions have been much shorter lately because I do a lot of physical activity, and that factors in and actually makes my strength training type stuff um, work better. So I don't use all that much volume like I used to when I was trapped in a city prison, and I took advantage of that time to do volume like prisoners do. But now my training's like smart, quick tactics to get it done and get back to life, you know, in the bigger picture. Plants don't feel abuse. They don't have a nervous system. No, I mean the probably well-meaning insanity of that just is hard to fathom, especially if you're an earth worker and you're putting more trees and plants in the ground than you're taking. You're cultivating the garden. If you're going to say all these wonderful medicines that upgrade your consciousness and help you be a loving person and clean out your vessel and let more of your true spirit through, you're murdering the grass. It's, I mean, you talk about a message of fear and limitation just to stop people from good things. I don't even. Oof, a lot of things working against you guys, right? Predatory animal is a predatory animal. It's more something for you to observe with wisdom, you know, and contemplate. The animal has no choice. It is what it is. But you do have a choice. You're a higher consciousness, or you should be. You shouldn't be aiming to descend into animal, or you will be disconnecting more strands of your DNA and falling into deeper and deeper lower fallen consciousness. And men will always be slaughtering, raping, and pillaging each other forever if they keep doing that until there's no planet left. What's your split? It's intuitive and creative. I don't have any exact split. It's kind of a day by day download, if you will. Thoughts on keto diets? I mean, you can kill certain yeasts and stuff and have benefits in the short term, but it's not actually a true long term diet for humans. But I'm not arguing anybody. Yeah, I own a lot of firearms. I don't even use them. I don't wield them or whatever, but I'm not going to give them away to somebody else because they probably will get used. But yeah, when I was younger, I collected a lot of guns. That's all I'm going to say for a lot of reasons. And I don't mean to offend anyone. I've never pulled a gun on anyone. I wouldn't do something like that. I don't resort to stuff like that, you know. And there's a lot of people that shouldn't have guns because they're going to just dig themselves a karmic grave and hurt others in the process. I don't even need guns at this point, but like I say, I mean, what am I going to do with them? I'm not going to destroy them because worst case scenario, somebody might need them someday if they're forced to, but that's it. Uh, yeah, I eat eggs. Yep. We have our own ducks and chickens here. They are our friends and pets, and they make us awesome eggs. Any eggs that a hen will start roosting on, we leave those so she can have her babies. But the ones they don't, they leave behind. They sense for whatever reason that one's not going to be a bird. We take those ones. There's plenty of them. The literal second coming, you've been duped on what the second coming is, and this is why no one's bared fruit in 2,000 years. When God comes to dwell among men in his temple, it'll be Christ here, dwelling among men in his temple. Like Yeshua said, not all the religious noise, he said, you are the light unto the world. I am the first fruit. Some of you will bear greater fruit than I. Now, why hasn't that happened? Have an honest look if you're ready to and start doing the work to get past the fear. Hmm. Hey, thanks, brother. Brother Gong Fu. Have a blessed day, man. Be in you. I appreciate you too, brother, for sure. Does longer hair channel spirituality? I've heard thoughts about that. Guys, look, that that's like saying if you went bald, you're less spiritual than other people. That's, it's a limiting belief. I instinctively always saw myself that way. It's important to me. It's a natural thing to me. I think there might be some nervous system benefits to like sensing things in the environment, but no, it doesn't like make you a more enlightened person or anything. It doesn't make you of more value or more spiritual power or anything like that. Just like what clothes you wear, it's like if I wear this, no, of course not. No, I don't drink coffee. I'm a lunatic if I drink coffee. I don't have the wiring for it. You guys see calmness here because I get myself in the right state to share that, but I can be an extremely overly intense person, and coffee is not my friend that way. Coffee pushes me way past all safety bounds for who I'd like to be and who anybody would like me to be. So no, I don't drink it. Some people are great with coffee, by the way. It really depends on your personal Ayurvedic balance. You could look into Ayurveda and see how different herbs and energies help balance different people and push them different ways. And this is why one man's medicine can be another man's poison. The herbal kingdom's so awesome. Herbs and minerals and all these things, they're adjusters, except for tonic herbs or adaptogenic herbs. Those are for everyone. Regardless of your constitution, you can take them every day and they will subtly build up benefits over time, no matter who you are. True adaptogens, be careful because some people misidentify adaptogens. Yes, I've astral projected many times. Yes. Usually when I was close to death for various reasons. The best place to apply magnesium oil is as much of the surface area of your body as you can, because that gives you more terrain to take it in on. And then you got to like not put clothing on or lay on something and wipe it off. You got to let it kind of soak in a bit. Okay. So the more skin, the better, basically. Ayurveda, Ayurveda. Those guys had a real good grip. They figured out a long time on adjusting physiology and even, mental brain chemistry and stuff using elements in nature. It's a good wisdom. It's largely kind of, there's remnants of it you can dig up. And you don't need to be a super expert. You can start to figure out some of the general principles, and it can be quite beneficial. Uh, can cancer patients eat mushrooms? Well, I'm sure they can. There's many types of mushrooms, and some would help depending on the type of cancer, I'm sure. I mean, look into some holistic healer that's had a successful track record if they're allowed to talk about it and they haven't been in prison for it, and you could go down that rabbit hole. Yeah, I think olive oil is good on the scalp and hair. I use that at times when I didn't have, and I'm talking extra virgin, non-GMO, which is hard to find now. And there's things now that even are lies that way. But when I was doing it, you could get your hands on a glass bottle without plastics of extra virgin, non-processed organic olive oil, and that is a nice follicle oil, just like the other oils I used. Homeopathics, yeah, I've done some homeopathics in the past. It's an interesting way to adjust the body. There's definitely something to it. Work on my brakes. Right on. Get your brakes right, man. I always say it's better to be able to stop a vehicle than how fast you can go, right? Or you might mean it in a different way, but either way, have a blessed day. Magic mushrooms, ayahuasca, cannabis. A person who prepares themselves to use these things for an actual, more of a closer union with God instead of some kind of ego motive type thing, there can be value for those who are really ready. And if you go into it with different motives, you're going to attract things accordingly that'll kind of match what you're asking for, whether you know it or not. Yeah, there's a lizard on the window. He's spying on us. I see him in the reflection. Lots of those little guys around here. Yes, I do cardio. That's why I posted a video about it the other day. Of course, my friend. It's important. The heart's the most important muscle. New Eden. Yeah, I had to call it something, right? I was just liking that idea today. So I figured, well, let's just name this that. Back to Eden is like going back in history. Can't do that, but I can go forward to a newer, better reality, right? I mean, I can't go back in history right now. Ugh. Hmm. Hmm. Part reptilian? Well, in the sense that we're genetically part reptilian, yeah. People with very few brain DNA strands and low beast-like consciousness are operating with a reptilian brain. That's why there's no compassion. It's just eat everybody, control everybody. It's there's no love. There's no higher function. It's nothing against lizards, but it's pretty sad for a human to descend into being a lizard. Ashwagandha is good for some people, but it does speed up the thyroid. So if you're a rare person who's more prone to hyperthyroid than you are hypothyroid, it's probably not going to do you good. Most people are more on the hypothyroid, so they do benefit from ashwagandha. And it has a lot of nice other effects too. We grow it here. That's just something we keep around in our nature pharmacy. I don't know about Taoist breathwork specifically. My breathwork's all just instinctive or intuitive or whatever you might call it, you know. Lucid dreaming, yeah, I've done a lot of lucid dreaming. Yeah. It's been part of my spiritual journey, sure. I've gleaned some insights from it. But it takes maturity and clear spiritual principles to be able to make the use of those instead of inflicting your own personal visions on the world as if they are the truth. And that's a mistake a lot of people make. Astrological sign. Well, remember, check your whole chart and look at the planetary aspects as a whole. That's much more important than your sign. For those of you that are deep in astrology, think about this. At birth, 6 retrograde planets, 9 squares, 3 oppositions. Now, how does a person with that chart even live? A couple times I didn't, but I got restarted. I guess I'm here for a reason. Hot and cold is great because it teaches your involuntary muscles around your blood vessels to open and shut. You become stronger muscles, so your circulation gets better in all situations. Very good. Yeah, it's very good for that. And a lot of people could use that to avoid coronary issues and all the other things from lack of circulation. Plus, it teaches your body to adjust to reality. You know, people that live in climate control, they just die out. You get heat stroke so fast you wouldn't even make it home once you realize it's hitting you here in the jungle, or freeze to death somewhere more cold, you know, because your body can't do anything. It can't handle the adjustments of basic natural physical things, you know, because people have been separated from it for too long. I've looked at all the astrological systems and more, and they all have some validity. That's a little hard to understand when it seems like only one could be true, but I don't fully subscribe to any of them. I would say that Eastern does a better job probably of predicting life events, but really only if you're not using your will well enough to actuate yourself or whatever and choose more your own life with more sovereignty. Whereas Western tropical is a little more accurate, usually on people's personality. Okay. That's what I've seen pattern wise. They're both useful depending on how you use them. Fruit on an empty stomach, yeah. Well, you can eat it anytime your stomach's empty. Morning's a good time. What is your record lift? Depends which lift. You know, I got quite a few records on different lifts. Some of them I don't have a number for because I stacked up so much stuff. I know it was heavier than what I ever lifted when I had plates, but I don't have an actual number, you know, and it doesn't matter to me anymore. I don't care about numbers. People don't respond well to hearing numbers anyway, so I'm not here to show off, you know. Maybe it's better I don't know the number. Maybe it's better nobody knows the number. I've just kind of evolved past numbers now, as far as that goes. But some things are measurable, you know. If you can hold an iron cross for a world record amount of time with an extra weight added, I mean that means something, right? My body. Where's your make live stream highlights video? A live stream highlights video? I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't sit around playing with, you know, remixing videos too much because I have too much stuff to do in the natural world, you know. I can't say. It hasn't occurred to me to do something like that. Uh, this is probably going to be a long one. You know, it's my rest day. I worked it out so I could really put in a lot of time with you guys and more people have time to come through because I really want to show gratitude and that I love and care about you guys and I mean it, you know. I don't want any donations for money. If you guys wanted to donate, and I appreciate those that have in the past, but if you felt like inspired to give something to me and my family, trust me, God is taking care of us. Give it to someone who really needs it, someone that others would judge and not do anything for. Okay? That's what religion should have been instead of what it is. If the word religion was really ever good for anything. Oh man, so many good things going by so fast. Whew. Look at that, you care. Love and care to you as well. Favorite childhood memory. Whoa. Favorite childhood memory. My gosh. I got to think about that for a while, man. I've never even asked myself that. I'll let you know if something pops up while we're still in live stream here. How to increase libido? Well, if you want more lust, you just need to fix your body. You need to clean out all the toxins, deep detox, and then keep them out, all the blockers that are blocking you from being naturally functional as a male. And then you'll have the struggle of being a naturally functional male, where that's not easy in the world either. And a lot of it's mindset. I talk to 20-year-olds that don't have any testosterone. And when I listen to the things they believe, I'm like, no wonder you don't have any. Even without all the xenoestrogens and crap that's being put on you and in you, I mean, you're talking your own endocrine system out of even working by believing the stuff you're taught to believe. It's so incredibly weakening. Your body's listening to your mind. The thoughts you entertain, you're entertaining your own cells and they're believing you. Keep that in mind, guys. It's true. I've tested it a bunch of ways. The food combination is based on science, but it's obscure and you're going to have a hard time finding much of it because worldly agendas operate on you not using stuff like that rather than using it. So there's no funding for that kind of research. Thank you, my friend, for the appreciation. I appreciate you too. I appreciate that you care about these things. That means a lot because you can be a light unto the world where you are and wherever you are, it needs it, you know. Good. I'm glad to hear you became much healthier in a short time. Awesome. Keep it up, man. Keep it up. Don't let anybody talk you out of it. Full body workout, calisthenics, push ups, crunches, dumbbells, 4 to 5 times a week. Yeah, that's healthy. Sure. Don't let nobody scare you. Look at prisoners that do like 1,000 push ups, squats, this and that a day. A lot of times they don't do full range of motion, so it's easier on their joints, so they don't beat up their joints too much. And those guys get jacked with crap food and a crap life and no training equipment, you know? So don't let all the little narratives of online fitness that just have everybody going in the same circles and getting nowhere forever, you know, people just need your attention. They need you to follow them over here and then follow them over there and follow them over here because they're getting energy out of your life by the attention you're giving them. Money, influence, all that stuff people want because they think it's going to fill their ego hole and make them something better. And they don't understand it's backwards. Hmm. Hey, ask me about that thing about the mindset affecting the cells. in the threads, remind me so I can do video on that. Okay. I need to take the time to slow down and, and let some wisdom be shared on that one when I have time to do it right. If you want to give me a reminder, okay? Somewhere in the threads, just keep like, hey, bro. I try to check all the messages, guys. So far, I'm keeping up. Don't know how long I'll be able to as the channel grows and various things happen on the homestead, but I'm doing my best. So give me a reminder on these good potential topics. Bungee, rebounder over springs, it doesn't matter. Either one works the same. The spring one makes a noise, but if you don't care, you don't care. It works great either way. My favorite exercise? Wow. I don't think I have a favorite. If I have a favorite for a while, usually I'll take it to an extreme, set like some personal best if it's that type of exercise. But it fluctuates. It bounces around. It's like as the moon changes, my focus on interest in different exercises changes too. Yes, I've done a lot of fasting and it can be very spiritual if you're dedicating it for that for sure. What do you think the kingdom will be like? I think that if you're waiting to find it after you leave this life, you're going to regret that you missed out on the chance to bring it here because that's what it means to be a light into the world, which we were asked to do. The kingdom is in you now. What you're cultivating inside you now has everything to do with what you experience when you let go of this illusionary world and find out where you really are. Would I have done something differently? Well, my ego would have done a lot of things differently, but I have to say from a higher or deeper space, no, because all the things that my ego feels like are a failure or screw up, or I would have liked to, if I would have known then what I know now. But where would I be right now? Would I even be useful to you guys? Who knows? You know? So, no, I can't actually say that I would have done it different. As painful as a lot of things have been, there's great value in it. And, God can turn all that was meant to for evil to good. That's one way to look at it. It's kind of touching on a principle there. High dose K2 with magnesium can. A lot of people are not at their genetic design for facial bone structure. And I recommend you look into Weston A. Price and what he discovered and the link with the K2. And remember, the magnesium is needed to make the K2 work. That's why I always pair them together. Because if you use K2 and D3, you're using up what is already a depleted magnesium pool in current human society. And that's very dangerous and detrimental. So I can't recommend those without the activator of magnesium that your body needs for over 300 different catalyzed biological functions, and people are already lacking it. I don't have Instagram. No, I don't have really time for social media. I'm just doing this. And I don't see the point in try to hack the same material 50 different ways. You know, I don't make any money doing this, and that's not why I do it. And I believe these things will get to who they're meant to. Lyme and neurological. There's something foreign in the body that shouldn't be there when you have Lyme's disease. So I'd go down a rabbit hole of looking at people that have healed themselves. They do exist. Oh, I can't say that, right? Medically, I'd look down the rabbit hole of crazy people who think they've healed themselves of Lyme's disease and learn from them. What do you think about Vince Gironda and his training? Vince was well ahead of his time. He was a creative thinker and he was wise and he did his own thing. He was in the realm of fitness type stuff. He was a lot more authentic than most. So there's some great stuff that he came up with for sure. Mm, man, um, Arquebus. There's a lot of intricacies and potential ways, but really, uh, you got to do something that aligns with you. Otherwise, you're just going to be running in all directions at the same time, and information overload and confusion, and none of it's really going to do much, you know. I like to experiment with one thing at a time and make my own notes, and then later I understand a lot about different ideas, modalities, and then I start creating my own, and it just gets better from there. Kundalini awakening. Well, yeah, yeah. But some people are horrified by that term and they don't understand what it is. So it's not something I throw around. And it's not what people think. It's not what you hear on the internet, you know. It's actually just a very natural process about waking up more of who you really are and healing and coming into alignment, and the way DNA can upgrade, you know, it's kind of tied to all that. But there's so much weird nonsense and crazy ideas wrapped around on the internet. It's not something I even talk about because I think it's just it's one of those words that now is probably more of a landmine and probably going to throw people off more than help them. So I just talk about things in different terms, probably. Uh, I don't use shampoo, of course, nothing man made. We actually have a plant here called, well, it's a shampoo ginger plant, and you can squeeze this natural shampoo out of it. It's amazing. New Eden, right? The real thing that nobody tells you about for good reason, right? Because they can't make you believe in an artificial reality if you knew there was a better one and you were totally dedicated to cultivating it and helping your fellow humans create an actual better way of life that's sustainable before it's too late. I'm doing good. Thanks for asking. I hope you're doing well too. Thank you as well. Krusty, Rocket, much love to you as well. That's on consuming monoatomic gold or silver. Not fully sure. I've used a little colloidal silver in the past. Not even sure if that's the same thing. There's actually bits of silver and gold in real plants that are grown in real soil. I figure if they're there, it's for a reason. You know, of course they are. Probably in the proper ratios to go with all the other minerals, and probably charged right by the earth that hasn't been interfered with. Major determining factor of self worth. What do you believe about God? That's the most major factor, or source, creator, what all life comes from, why you even exist, you know. Uh, Everybody's always asking where I am, but I don't give that out for good reason, for the safety of my family. I I I I hope that doesn't upset anyone, but it's just when you've been through some of the things that we've been through and you have a family to protect that you love and care about and create a safe space for, it's just what you got to do as a dad, or a dad like me anyway, and a husband like me. I'm a vegetarian, so no, I don't eat raw meat. I eat raw eggs from our pet ducks and chickens. How often will you stream? Honestly, I don't know. I don't know. Maybe we'll do another one at 20, which will probably be, I mean, I don't want to guess, but that's just a loose idea, but I don't know, you know, that on a given day I could be given some inspiration that, hey, you know, we need to do, I feel like I should do a live stream this weekend or something, guys. You know, I'll let you know. I can't really um I can't plan things ahead because the way this lifestyle works, things just happen and you have to deal with them when they do, you know. You're very welcome. God bless you too. What do I think of when I think of God? I think of an infinite source of love and power that never gets loud and never imposes anything, and it waits for you to care enough to find that infinite source of love and power, and something that can never be defined or fully understood. And that's what we're trying to do through many different experiences, because when you have different experiences, potentially you grow into someone that can know more of God now because you've been through more. And that's the real one of the purposes of this kind of a life. And I think more things, but in human words, that's a few key things. Do I drink alcohol? Not currently, thankfully. I've abused alcohol to degrees that I don't even want to talk about. I like alcohol way too much, and that's why it's best we stay apart from each other. And I have no temptation to drink it because um, what's going on inside me spiritually just frees me from any feeling that I need to make myself feel better or escape or just go off into fun, crazy land with, swimming at the bottom of a bunch of liquor bottles and stuff. Autobiography of a Yogi? No, I haven't read that. I haven't read most things people reference. They're like, oh, you must have read this. And I'm like, no. Whoever wrote it must have been sort of touching on similar things, but I haven't read it. I won't. I won't change anything, my friend. I'm going to keep it simple, practical, cheap. I mean, we didn't get where we are buying gadgets. We would have never got out of slavery. That's just one of a million things you have to get past. Authenticity is what the world needs, not more junk so things can get even faker and you can enslave yourself to it even more. So thank you. Thank you for appreciating that. I'm amazed how many people appreciate that here. It's incredible. Come here, Milky. You guys want to see Milky? Come here, buddy. Come here, big guy. Oh, he wants to say hi. Oh, give here, Milky. Oh, yeah. There he is. Milky boy. What's up, big guy? What's up, Milky? My super mutt. That's a moneymaker face right there, huh? This guy's so cool. They're saying hi, Milky. Yeah. Yeah, you got friends out there from other places, man. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Let's try it. Light bulb. I guess that helped a little. Let's leave it on. Thank you. Um, um, what up, dog? Yeah. Finasteride, I sure wouldn't use some chemical. Damages the function of my whole endocrine system. Just trying to have some way to stimulate hair that doesn't want to grow. I would always go looking for the root cause and actually heal something rather than feed the lie of I cannot say more or I might get canceled. Thank you. Much love. God bless to you too. Thanks for being part of this. You guys are just as important part as I am. Traditional saunas, are they bad for you? I don't know. I think like steam saunas, as long as you're not in some kind of toxic room, I think that's good for people that could use sauna. I'm not so sure what I believe about infrared. Maybe it's okay, but I don't, people believe microwaves are okay too. And I know too much about that. So I don't fully trust like the red radiation light because it's not the same frequency as the sun. And anytime you deviate from the creator's intelligence, you start having certain side effects. But I don't know, man. I think old fashioned saunas in a wood lodge or something, that's probably pretty good. Milky, what's your opinion on spirituality? I am one with the force, and the force is one with me, and I never worry about nothing because I have love in my heart and I'm free, and I wasn't given a complicated human mind to have to contemplate anything, and I'm just a happy dog. Terrain theory of medicine? I'm not sure. I'm not sure what that term refers to. Yeah, microwaves do something very unnatural to eat food, and it denatures it. I'm not saying it's the end of the world, but it's sure not ideal. I don't have a book list. I don't even read books, really, guys. Like I say, there's a few manuscripts that were buried for thousands of years that I would like to have access to, but I don't. But no, I don't really read. It's been a long time since I really read books, to be honest. Milky's favorite food? Oh man, probably bananas. I call him Banana Bear because if a banana tree falls in the woods, he can smell it from a mile off and go find it. He'll come home so stuffed with the bananas, we all smell it, and he's a happy dog. Yes, animals have souls. They're alive. Your heart knows that. Oh, you want to go, big guy? No? Okay. Mm. No, I don't think living in a jungle hinders your hormones, to be honest. Do you visualize to change your body? Mm, I have an artistic vision, like I'll check my physique in the mirror and say, I'd like to work on this a little, but beyond that, I don't sit around, obsessing about the image of whatever and trying to, use binaurals or something to like trick my brain into making me look like somebody else or anything like that. So, not so much, I take a creative paintbrush with my strength training and this and that to like shape things a bit, but that's about as much as I do with that. Yeah, if you're going to eat meat, raw meat's more vital. I have seen people get totally full of worms from it, though. Not everybody has the stomach acid to not end up that way. So, I mean, mm, but as far as the basic vitality, yeah, I mean, there's just more in it when you haven't cooked it. But I don't want people to make the mistake of thinking I'm promoting that. So I got to probably stop answering the raw meat question constantly. Oh man, thank you. I'm glad it touched your heart, my friend. I'm glad your heart is touchable. I don't obsess about posture, but I know that instinctively it feels better to like do some deep breathing with a good posture. Knowledge and insight. Hmm, I guess it comes through my soul, most of it, and then I'm able to confirm some with science. That it's coming through my soul from the source of all light and creation. Any of the stuff that's actually good and valuable, that is. I mean, I've picked up information that wasn't useful too, just like anybody else. With experience, I've learned to recognize quickly and filter things that are nonsense coming from ego, no matter how they sound. Well, to reach your true genetic potential, you'd have to eliminate like 1,000 things that are working against it in society, and then just get basic constructive nutrition and cultivate inner spiritual well being. I mean, it always comes back to the simple, true things. They sound simple, of course. That I'm not saying that makes it easier. Of course not. Simple is the best when it comes to anything, but of course, simple does not always correlate with easy. That's for sure. Not being ignorant of what's best for yourself. Oh, wow. Yeah. Do unto others what you would want done unto you. You know, I mean, just ask yourself instead of always thinking about yourself, practice treating others the way you think you'd want to be treated. And honestly, you'll gain more insights about what's good for you. because you're becoming the source of the answer instead of someone thinking they need to take it from somewhere else. And there's profound brilliance and power in that. It's been largely obscured in this world, very much on purpose and systematically. Good to see you too, battle guy. Sup, man? Manisolank, Manisolank 9013. Yeah, it's a reality. Mm-hmm. Yes. Until it isn't anymore. How long do you plan to think you will live, and do you believe it's possible for humans to live hundreds of years? Oh, they used to do it all the time. Actually, a natural human lifetime be about 1,000 years, and then people have the time to cultivate enough wisdom to actually grow spiritually in their life. But the fall after fall after fall of mankind has led to lives so short. People are decaying before they even began to mature. That's the situation now. Plan wise, I don't even have a plan. I'm open to living however long, but you know, yes, that's right. Um, Lenklaw at Lenklaw. You got it, man. See, your heart knows. Your heart knows. There's a wisdom hidden in that. It may seem backwards to the mind, but it's. I mean, look where mind is getting mankind. It's been a downward spiral. But I moved to a jungle because I can grow all the things, the natural medicine. I've been my own doctor since age 20, guys. Never went back to a doctor, and I've only soared in health ever since. And a lot of the things I know I need for my personal medicine, I can grow in the tropics. And I can grow all kinds of food in the tropics. I'm building a food forest. That's one of the things we're doing here. And I can feed our animals that we get the eggs from, that can feed our other animals. I can get all the systems working to be completely self sufficient with no harm to anyone and actually make the terrain of the earth better that we're given to caretake, and it caretakes us. It's just a beautiful mm, Eden-like scenario that was given to me as a vision since I was, I guess, always really. It was always there. Mm. Whew. Yeah, you can try my protocol for hair, because I was losing it pretty fast at age 20, my friend. I mean, I'm just sharing what I did, what worked for me. I can't guarantee anything. I knew it would work for me, and I did what my inner voice said. So you can certainly try it, and it should have some positive effects, if nothing else. Uh, oh man, these are going so fast. No, I don't drink milk currently. I would drink raw milk if I had it, but I don't need it. Um, Mental illness all stems from spiritual untruth that you're abiding. Okay. The spirit will fix the mind, but as long as the mind ego thinks it's in charge, everything it does, and when it listens to other experts of ego, it's only going to make it worse. And plus, there's entities playing off of that. Entities have access to your mind, and the more you entertain negative thoughts, the more they get even more access, and it just the answer to everything comes from the real reality, which is the spiritual reality all this is being generated from. uh, yeah, I have a lot of Norwegian heritage. Yeah, I look so much like my grandfather that was 100% Norwegian. I mean, we could just be brothers, almost twins, when I look at his pictures. Uh, Negative thoughts are not a possession by entities. They are entities feeding you. Once they notice a negative thought that you're prone to, they start injecting them in your mind because the mind doesn't know the difference between a self generated thought and coming from somewhere else. It's more like an antenna. And if you believe it, you get emotionally upset, and that causes an energy leak that they're feeding on. That's all it is. They're parasites. They're not powerful, scary. Oh, they're deceivers. Everything they do works through deception. And they're stealing from you because they've disconnected themselves from the source of life. You'd be amazed what happens when you love them in return. They really hate that. They can't stand it. They need you afraid, or in my case, it was anger that they could get, riled up really, really high to generate a lot of energy, or depression, or, you know, any kind of negative thing, whether you're thinking it about yourself or somebody else. It's the negative feelings that come from it is what they feed from. They're stealing energy. Hmm. Ah. Sensitive young man. Well, usually if the world's calling you sensitive, it's it's a spiritual gift and burden that you come with because the world needs it more than anything. But of course, it makes things extra hard on you. But you signed up for that. I did too. And you don't lose it. I know it hurts more, but you're strong enough and don't lose it. Eventually, with practice and cultivation, you can figure out how to use it as a blessing and not let it be such a overwhelming detriment. And you'll learn how to channel your feelings productively and alchemize them when they're getting you down or when you're overwhelmed with empathy or something else. You'll find ways that you can redirect it into positive because emotion is energy in motion, right? And emotions are transmutable into other things. So the world needs a lot more sensitivity, or it's always just going to be murder, torture, and enslavement, until it's gone. So you're needed. You're very, very needed. It's one of the best qualities you could be bringing to this world, and it's very hard. A few things I could say fast, try to keep up. Uh, Honestly, I don't know on your deadlift question. I'm not an expert on the standard deadlift. I never was. Um, it probably depends on the individual, whether the deficits or your other idea there is going to help you more. Do a stage of each and just compare what helps you more. Dedicate a month or two to one thing, dedicate the next month to the other thing, and see what helps you make a bigger jump. And then you know what works for you. That's just taking control of the basic scientific process for yourself. So you don't have to always be listening to a bunch of opinions from people that are always going to want you to be listening to their opinions. Yeah, it's not Christians' fault that they don't practice what Yeshua said. It's been made very, 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 very hard for them to see what's happened there. Okay, so be compassionate even on those that are acting in a way is not productive, because we're all connected, regardless of the different paradigms of belief people are stuck in, thinking they're enemies with each other. Yeah, food should be medicine, and all natural food. I mean, everything we grow here is medicine, and you can live on it. It gives you profound energy. And you learn that different energies are more or less better for different people too. It's fun, actually. It can be dangerous. You can't just eat anything you find on a tree. There's things that you would die badly growing in this jungle. So I'm not saying just go eat anything, but as you learn how to use these things, it's like, yeah, your food is your medicine. So if you live in an artificial environment where all the food is denatured, I mean, obviously somebody's shuttling into you. They're shuttling you into what they call medicine, which is another way to take advantage. And the people working there don't know that. Don't blame them. They were just raised in these illusionary paradigms too. Society's all divided against each other, thinking you're the bad guys or you're the bad guys or you're the bad guys, and everybody's afraid of each other. And they're not seeing that, it's been perpetrated on everybody. And the only way out is love. The only way out. You know what the biggest spiritual hack in the universe is? Forgiveness. If you can see past it and actually forgive anyone for everything, you'll be completely forgiven before the energy of God, and you'll know it and you'll be free. And then you'll learn to do that automatically with everything so you can stay free. And then you'll start to have eyes to see. Inner eye. The inner eye will be more open. Forgiveness will dissipate the fear, but you have to practice it. You have to believe in it. Uh, Trader, you're going to get as many chances as you need to get what you came here for, okay? Don't let anybody scare you out of knowing that. That said, use this life well, okay? You're here to grow spiritually. You're here to use this crazy experience to actually come to understand and know God and why love and ultimate power are what they are and how they are and what life comes from versus death. And you're going to get as many chances as you need. People are going to terrify you so they can control you. But God is not a sadistic psychopath that's all powerful. That's a false God built in the idle minds of the egos of men that need to control in their desperation and their own fear and their own spiritual ignorance. Yeah, you sit with the idea of forgiveness, especially if there's something you're fixated on because you're hurt and you're like, I don't know how to let it go. You can pray and ask for help, and be like, look, I want to be truly forgiving. I want to be free. I have all these weird emotions built up in me. I don't even know what forgiveness feels like. But if you really intend for it and you keep asking God or insert what word you're comfortable with, um, you'll find that that's the nature of truth. And those who seek find. And like I say, it's probably the biggest spiritual hack that humans have access to. And as simple as it is, of course, it's not easy for humans. So most will try to do anything else but that. Jabota, I think we have one of those that we started. Yeah, if I remember right. I think we got one of those going. I'm probably pronouncing it wrong, but yeah. How do you know God is real? The only thing that's real is God. It's just that the ego's definition of a false God, some dude somewhere, it's like Santa Claus or some crazy whatever. Like, that's like, I understand why you wouldn't believe that. But, through direct experience, to put it as simply as I can. Um, and I had an NDE when I was 2 years old. Guys, I got to make a little potty break again. All that water I took in the morning. Give me 2 minutes. 2 minute fire drill. on food and health. Eggs and yogurt. Eggs and yogurt. Yeah, I mean, you can live on that for a good while, no problem, if you have to. You'd be better off eating them separately, so at least you get full digestion and all the nutrition out of each without them competing for digestion and screwing each other up. It's more efficient that way. You got banned too, huh? Yeah. Ain't it great? You figured out where one of those invisible lines is, huh? Have I looked into flat Earth? No. I mean, once I tried to talk a reasonable conversation with somebody that believed in it, and they went absolutely irate and all militant because their whole ego life-based belief system of insanity was based on it. And I was like, okay, I'll leave you alone. No problem, man. I don't care if you think the Earth's flat anyway. It's just like why you think that's something worth fighting for. The ego is a truly insane thing. How do you reconnect with God? You repent of all the things you've been doing that you realize don't lead to anything good, and you just, like a child, you reach out to the infinite with an open heart, with a sincerity and a childlike wonder, a sense of reverence. Like, from there something will occur, okay, that is right for you. The way the conversation, if you will, builds from there. That's funny, straight jacket. I don't want to fight the duck because I love them. They're too sweet. I did have to fight one of our ducks one time because he was killing one of our roosters. It wasn't really a fight, but I had to kind of show him something so he would stop. But I don't know, man. I guess I could take that either way. It's hilarious. Makes me think of that Family Guy episode where Peter Griffin fights the giant rooster, like all across the continent and stuff, and all the wreckage. uh, goofy, goofy cartoons, man. Mm. To forgive those that do the worst things is that's spiritual growth. If you forgive people that are easy to forgive, or you only love the people that love you, you're no better than anyone you're calling evil. There's no spiritual growth in it. Sometimes you have to do the thing that's true before the insight inside of you will show you why it's true, and you'll earn the treasure. Okay. So it's not so much about how as it is the choice to do it, because you're looking for what comes from loving your enemies, blessing those that persecute you, forgiving everyone unconditionally. You're not agreeing with them, of course not. You're not agreeing with what they do. You're understanding that they're deep in the darkness. And unless you want to be pulled deep into the darkness yourself, anything you judge, you are separated, you are putting yourself further into that darkness. You know, it's just spiritual physics or something, you could call it. Everybody wants me to tell them how to max their height growth. Well, I mean, if you're still at a growing age, you want to keep all the estrogens that are being pumped into you with plastic and chemicals and stuff out. And you want to take care of your health and your well-being spiritually. So your endocrine glands, like everything else, they're taking cues from your consciousness, and they're also taking cues from your environment. So if you limit the artificial things purposely put there to disrupt your endocrine system, you give your body the natural things it needs, and then you cultivate spiritual truth within you. Your endocrine glands will develop the body to the blueprint that it should have. How tall that makes you, I don't know. Tall people aren't better than short people, and short people aren't better than tall people, but that way you'll be moving towards what your actual genetic blueprint is. Hmm. You're very welcome. Underachiever files. Sometimes it's really good to be an underachiever. Sometimes spiritual awareness makes you stop being such an achiever because you know you're no longer a slave to the ego, you know. Just saying, just throwing that out there. Yes. Heart over height. Yeah. If you think power is what you see outside yourself, you're going to keep falling for where that's already led and where it continues to lead worse. It's a disease and it's a lie. The only eternal power is what you cultivate within. Oh, geez. GXP6740. I mean, there's so much. I mean, this channel isn't that. And I couldn't even do a channel that would cover all that because I'd get shut down. It's a lot, man. It's everything. You have to have complete life sovereignty. You have to be able to build self sustaining systems outside all the systems you're in that people have been trained to have learned helplessness and depend on for thousands of years. It's way too big of a topic to try to give it some kind of, you know, a couple cheesy lines of encouragement or something, because that's very misleading. You're very welcome, my friend. Of course. I suppose it seems like my wisdom, but I'm just being a cooperative conduit, doing my best to allow actual wisdom that all comes from the one source, you know. Doing my best to keep myself out of the way, at least as long as I'm sharing with you guys, so that more of that can make its way through. It's part of a life purpose, I guess, but that doesn't really make it any more mine than yours or anyone's, you know. That's why it has to be shared. It's like we're neurons in the same network communicating with each other, just like the body has to do that, you know. We've got all these micro versions of the macro of what's happening on the other real side where all this comes from. These are just things to reflect and ponder and to see deeper into, and then you start to perceive more of the creative nature of the creator, you know, which is telling people truth. Man's words go so far off course constantly, and they just keep playing telephone and getting further off course. But anything you look at that's in its natural state, if you ponder it in a meditative state where you're not trying to think with your ego mind, like there are things right there showing you, you know, talking to you. And some people notice this on psychedelics, but other things can interfere. You don't really need psychedelics. You just need the ability to detach from the constant rattling trap of the trained ego mind that people are stuck in most of the time. Chemtrails, yeah, not good. Just one more thing. Trying to stop vegetables growing and alter the atmosphere and control the sun. Let's control everybody's genetics. Let's control until we choke everything to death. It's a disease that the elites have had really bad for a long time. You are very welcome, all of you. I love you guys. I really do. Not just you guys that are kind, you know, even the trolls and stuff. I can't, you know, I'm not going to like say stuff because I'm not going to have a meaningless argument. But hey, even if you hate me, I love you, you know, because I know what you really are that you don't. Hmm. I can't make a video on that kind of preparation, man. Like I say, it would destroy this channel and the algorithm, and it'd probably get me kicked off. The things I would say. I've been silenced a lot of ways in society by various institutions, not just on social media. And I'm not here to, you know, keep doing that. Really, I can share a lot of really good value with people without actually instigating fights with the so-called powers that be. You know, if I relax and let it flow from the divine spirit that, you know, was made accessible to all, and I'm doing my best to cooperate with. Don, Robin, or whatever with a highlighted orange. I wouldn't put myself under that label. I don't really put myself under any labels, to be honest. Labels are ways to categorize people, to divide them so they conquer each other, you know, and so it kind of depends what you mean by that. Hmm. If you can't forgive others, then you can't be forgiven before God. Just remember that. It's what Yeshua said. It's just a simple spiritual truth. Until you forgive, you have put something between you and God, because that is not God's actual nature, even though you've been taught it is. So what he was showing people is that it's not God judging you, it's you creating that. But if you're unable to forgive another, you've now put a barrier between yourself and the forgiveness that makes you free of fear and have access to love and healing and truth. You know, that's not a judgment at all. It's just a spiritual principle. It's always true, always will be. Do you care to make money from society even though you no, I don't need to anymore. I was never a money person, so I took money seriously from a young age. I knew I was going to have to get out of Rome 2.0, and I just scraped and sacrificed and lived way below my means and for a long, long time. And it took about 40 years to get out of slavery and create our own system where we're not reliant on Caesar's little image that he wants to worship, you know, because that's his. I'm not interested. So it requires very, very little, and I'm not interested in more because that only takes me away from cultivating the kingdom within, which is infinitely more valuable than money. And anything you do for money, you may have to, being born into a slave money system, but anything you do for money, you have your reward in full. There's no spiritual reward. You're just doing it to take care of worldly things. And if you take it beyond that, now you're doing it because you're addicted to some idea your ego's attached to. And that just leads to darker and darker places, you know. And I don't like any of those places. So, no, right on. I'm glad you understand that. That's cool. You bet. Absolutely. I'm glad I can answer these things. I'm glad I can hang out with you guys and just share from the heart, you know. Show you I really mean it. I care about all of you, you know, and I'm grateful that you care about these things, and I'm grateful to be of service to any of you however I can. I'm just a willing vessel for that, because that growing feeling of love and connection is truly genuine, and it's a great blessing to be in a situation where I can be useful to others. It really, really is. Hello from Germany. I'm familiar with everything Yeshua taught deeply. Yes. There's a lot of other things in there that are very contradictory, and uh, I listen to him, not the rest. Only listening to him helps me actually cultivate what he was asking for. Listening to all the so called authorities very much gets in the way. I met him when I was 2 years old, and there's just certain things I'm not going to fall for, no matter how many worldly institutions hurt how many people to make sure it stays that way. Yeah. A tool, not a name. Right on. Something you got to deal with. You know, you have no way. You're born in it. You got to deal. You got to deal with it somehow. You know William Donahue? No, I don't. I'm not heard of. Hmm. Again, when it comes to waiting between different food groups to eat them, So your stomach's clear. Google the average digestion time on those particular foods and just plan accordingly. That'll give you a pretty good gauge. Because like a potato digests fast, a piece of fruit digests faster. Hunk of cheese, that's going to take hours. Like things are different. Yeah, we had to grind and sacrifice for 40 years. That's right. And I started doing that at the youngest age possible. I could already see this. And that's not because I'm so smart compared to everybody. No, it's just a God-given, authentic vision. Or certain things I was given in an NDE when I was 2 years old that made it easier for me to know certain purposes or potentials in my life. And I still went off course in all kinds of false lives. I went off course as hard as possible sometimes. Okay, but even that adds value now. It does. It makes me more useful to others. Vagus nerve. I forget the specifics of that, but nervous system relaxation, deep breathing, peace, cultivating love and forgiveness. These things are healing the nervous system. Then the nervous system heals all the other systems. But you do need to eliminate the physical contaminants and interferences that are massively being inundated into society and everybody's flesh. I'm vegetarian mostly for the spiritual reasons. But I'll tell you what, um, I've experienced a lot of profound physical upgrades too, as my consciousness upgrades by living in alignment with do unto others, and that includes animals and every living thing. It's the spiritual truth feeds the physical benefits. Okay, me and my wife met on Match.com like a long time ago. Cool story, huh? It's true. Uh, what you believe is your craziest lift? Wow. Hmm. I've done quite a few crazy lifts. What's my craziest lift? Oh man, that's like what's my favorite childhood memory. You guys are stumping me. I haven't spent any time thinking about these things. I don't want to say anything fast because later I'll be like, wait, no, it was this. Uh, Fingertip push-ups. I've done a few. Yeah. Neville Goddard, he pops up on my sidebar all the time. So apparently I'm saying some things he said. That's about as much as I know about the guy. He like pops next to my videos, which the AI always makes certain correlations. Calling people insoles. Oh, okay. You're talking to somebody else. Fermented food. Yeah. Fermented foods certainly can have value. Definitely. There's benefits. Uh, what's the best piece of advice you have? Seek ye first the kingdom of heaven, and all these other things will be added unto you. Love God with all your heart and strength and consciousness and all you have, and love your neighbor as yourself. You can't top Yeshua. His wisdom is layered Easter egg. And if you meditate on it long enough, you start to realize what people think they see is just like very superficial, and it unlocks deeper and deeper because he was completely uncompromised by his humanness. He experienced it, but he was completely united with God. You can't find it. You can find some pretty good spiritual teachers out there, but you can't find anybody at his level. There's never been anybody that one with God walk through this planet. Hmm. Oh, dairy products. Yeah, if I had a severe allergy to dairy and eggs, yeah, don't hurt yourself. You probably need gut lining healing. Most allergies come from leaky gut. Okay, you may find that in the future, healthy raw eggs and dairy could be part of your life again. That's quite possible. but you have to clean out your body and heal your gut lining first. I think this live stream will be uploaded when I'm done. I think I selected that option, guys. I hope so. If I did it wrong, I'm going to find out the hard way and eat my words. I think it will. I hope it will. If not, I'm going to figure out what I did wrong. No, I don't eat fish. Well, it depends on what you're meditating for, and what you're listening to, what your motives are. A humble, repentant heart before God with a childlike curiosity can be reborn and renewed. Somebody that goes into meditation for personal power gain, it's just another ego activity. So the entities that'll influence you there accordingly, according to spiritual laws are the spiritual laws. No, I don't eat fish at all. I don't have to eat. I don't have to kill anything, so I don't. I love living things. I'm merciful to them. I desire mercy, not sacrifice. Hmm. Words of truth. I have empathy. Yeah, okay. It's an honor that you did participate. I love you, friend. It's an honor to know you. You're another part of the light. We're parts of it communicating with each other in the illusion of separation. You as well, my friend. Thank you, Tommy. Thank you so much. I love you too, man. Life abundantly, brother. Yeah, I eat eggs. No, the egg's not a living being. If you wait till the point when it's a living being, trust me, that's gross, and yeah, that would be terrible. Eating little baby birds. Ugh. No, no, the eggs we eat don't even have anything forming yet. Are there any channels you watch? Yeah, yeah. If you ask me in the thread sometime, I'll link something I do highly value. There's very few, okay? And there's really only one I would recommend to anybody. And I try to keep up with my friends who have their own channels, here and there when I can check in with my buddies and say hi, fist bump, nice video when I can. That's about it. I don't care about social media. It's all kind of caught in the same trap. And if you're an exception to it, you're already out there being a light. You don't need to look at me. I don't need to look at you. We're already coming from something similar and we're doing it in our own way. And maybe our paths cross and maybe they don't. Yeah, there's older writings on that Draken, believe it or not. And I know there's been a lot of terror to make you think that you shouldn't question that or whatever. And that's fine. I understand. And you got to do what you believe is right, for sure. No, I don't drink milk. I would drink raw milk. Raw milk is fine for me, does me good, but I don't have milk animals currently and I don't need them. So, not drinking any milk. Uh, uh, I can't remember. You guys got to get that link for that channel later, so I don't say it wrong. I already made a video. PEDs, TRT. Would you say it's a modern thing to destroy men as God intended? Well, I mean, look to the root motive of everything. Somebody's making a ton of money convincing you you need outside synthetic things to make you good enough. Spiritual principle. It's enough said. It's not really modern. These things have been going on forever. They just different technology shows up, but just look at the spiritual principle and you can see how it's being used. Not judging anybody that's, using anything. I'm just saying, you can look to the root and see if you're being given unconditional love and support, or you're being taken advantage of in some way, and being fed off for energy and money and control and mind control and narratives and world population control and all that same stuff the cohesion by transgression group has been doing for thousands of years. What is the most important quality for a man? Hmm. How united in that oneness they can be with the actual creator. Ultimately, as a man, that would be the greatest thing. That is the greatest possible thing as a man. There's no words to even begin to explain how great. Thoughts on 2 sets per exercise? Actually, over the last year before now, I'm starting to get a little more into it, but I was so busy on homestead developments and stuff. I basically averaged 2 sets per exercise, and I would pair some good things like a peak contraction based thing followed up by a stretch overload type thing, or clever pairing of things like that. You can get a lot done with 2 sets. It's very efficient. Is it the most? No, you can get more from more, but there's kind of a curve where if you do 1 set really good, you get a lot for 1 set. Is it the ultimate? Is 1, 2, 3, or 4 the ultimate? No, unless that's all you can handle on recovery right now. But there's nobody that was ever, and I know people say like Mike Menzer, but if you watch all his warm up sets, he's not counting and stuff, all his accessory stuff around that one thing he's calling a set, there was more volume there than 1 set. But you can do a lot. You can do a lot with 2 sets for sure. If you really make them count. Yeah. I maintained a pretty great base of functional muscle and strength doing 2 sets basically for the whole last year. Hmm. While I am making videos on the teachings of Yeshua, he said, "Be it, live it. If you love me, do what I've showed you. Be the light, be a light unto the world. You know, if you love me, do what I've said and done." People want to keep reading and arguing about what it means at the surface level, and that's fine. Your interest is important, but the teaching is to become it. The teaching is to be it, is to bear fruit. So rather than talk about it and just get drowned it out by infinite loud ego narratives, what he's got me doing is walk it, you know, more Christ, more Holy Spirit in Bible terms, more unity with the Creator, bear fruit, be a light into the world. Now, how I do that looks different than somebody with different talents, different personality traits, different proclivities, and different intended purposes in life, but the principles are the same. Be a light unto where you are, be a light unto where you touch. His teachings were profoundly simple, guys. They're the simplest things ever. And that's why nobody hears them, because of the loud ego of man. It needs to confuse you and prey off of you and get respect and status and all those sad things the ego gives into, often without knowing that's what it's done, to obscure the truth. And, like he said, they do not enter the kingdom, and they do not allow that those of you who would enter the kingdom. And guys, nothing's changed, unfortunately. Art is wonderful. If you feeling it, man, it's like a form of turning off the ego mind more. I mean, if you're doing it out of the ego to create a certain art, to look a certain, I don't even call that art, but when it's coming from like a flow state and it's natural to you, it's therapeutic, it's healing to you and others. It's an authentic expression. I mean, if you look throughout the universe, you realize the artistic expression of the ultimate one is just literally awesome beyond any possible description that we can ever even begin to comprehend. So it's wonderful. It's wonderful when it's coming from a real place, for sure. Yeah. Yeah. Don't worry about all the arguments about volume. Do something you like for a while. And if you start to not like it, change it and just make your own observations. You'll see that there's pluses and minuses to any modality, and eventually you start getting creative and just mixing things your own way and making 1 + 1 = 3. No, I got to keep my family's safety um, and security, uh, so I don't give out where we live. It's some people wouldn't understand that, but there are those that are under the control of the darkness that would like to do a lot of harm, and I will protect my family. And prevention's worth 10 times the cure. Staying out of problems is a much better way than having to do drastic things to get out of problems you keep getting yourself in, you know? And I've learned a lot through a lot of different experiences. Hyperborea, huh? Is that like some inner earth type fantasy thing? I can't remember. Maybe, right? How do I know where I am? Time and space, they're kind of illusionary anyway. Mm. To train your obliques, take a heavy weight on one side and practice side shrugging it. Pull with your obliques, you know. They'll get too big and you'll look all silly and blocky in no time. I did that a long time ago because my training partner was all obsessed with it. Before I knew it, I had huge obliques and I looked ridiculous. But if you want them, that's a easy way to get them. Oof. Emotions, right? They're pretty much not allowed in the world. It's hard. You get punished for sharing them. Boy, it's such a big topic. You know what? Remind me to maybe make a video about that so I can try to slow down and spend some time with it instead of trying to give you a fast one liner here that doesn't even begin to like get into you know, the pragmatic reality of how that's a difficult but valuable thing you're looking into. Remind me on the threads till I, acknowledge to you, okay, let me pray and meditate on this and see what can happen there. That's a good one. That's a really important thing. That's really good to hear. Maricelco Trobi. Oh, I'm sorry, I butchered that. Probably unrecognizable. But I love you, and that's good to hear. Mm, no, man, I'm not worried about any of the theories of what Earth is or isn't. It's just more crazy stuff for people to get all caught up in and fight about. Zerubbabel. I remember that name in the Bible somewhere, but I don't remember the whole story right now off the top of my head. Qigong, it can be very healthy for sure. Yeah, for body, mind, spirit. Uh, Kaleidoscope. You can check out my breathing video. I just sort of went out in the woods and filmed myself doing it. People wanted to kind of just see, follow along what I do to get in a really blissful, relaxed state where I can't even think anymore. I forget I'm even a person. And there's always like some great downloads and solutions and creative ideas for things that come from that. I just keep it simple. Simple's always the best. Yeah, that's true. Ideally, if everyone's yes was their yes and their no was their no, wouldn't be problems, would there? Hmm. I tried, right? Hard name for me to say. Hmm. Supplementation stack. The only supplement I buy currently is ecdysterone. And I got to do a video on that sometime because it explains some things about why it actually works. If you can eliminate some of the reasons it doesn't for most people. It's the only thing I fork out any money for. Only because I'm getting more serious back into the muscle building type thing right now. What have you been thinking about recently? Geez. Family, the world, God, uh, property development, workouts. I don't know. Animals that we take care of. Just life, I guess. Cellular detox. Well, I recommend you check out my cellular detox video. I mean, that's what worked best for me. There are other good ones out there if you'd rather try something else. But I shared what made some profound changes for me. Are vegetables bioavailable? Well, raw vegetables have cellulose, so humans only digest a limited amount. If you want to get more, juice them and drink the juice because you'll get like a lot of chlorophyll and minerals and live enzymes. It's okay to eat them raw because they clean your intestines and people need that. But if you want to get more of the calories, if you lightly cook a vegetable, then you actually get the calories. Now you lose some of the electrons, you lose some of the vitamin C, but you get more minerals and you get more calories if you soften it up by cooking because then the cellulose in the raw vegetable is no longer there to stop you from digesting it. That's basically how that works. Hmm. Hmm. Cold, fever, and sickness in general, well, defeat it naturally so your immune system gets an upgrade. And cultivate a healthy gut biome so you have a better immune system and, a healthier lifestyle of peace and inner harmony, good nutrition, simplify things. And you'd be amazed what your immune system can do that you're told it can't. I've done all kinds of things people told me I would die from. It doesn't even touch me. And I'm not bragging. It's just that I knew from a very young age not to listen and not to let my immune system be undermined by a system that's going to wipe it out and make me completely dependent on it until they pull the plug and just get rid of me because I'm an inconvenience. For some reason, I was just shown to see that from a very young age. Probably from the NDE I had. It's just some of the stuff I downloaded, I guess. Yeah, humans used to live 1,000 years. It's very common. And then detrimental mistake after mistake in a more and more fallen world and the consequences of sin, if you could call it that. Wrong thinking, wrong belief, wrong action, accumulated DNA, accumulated consciousness damage, accumulated abuse of the earth and living things, choosing death over life, spiritual principle violation. It's gotten to where a human's lifespan is artificially incredibly short, so nobody ever figures anything out and changes anything. It's cause and effect consequence, basically. It can be reversed, but people have to be the light, like Yeshua said, instead of sitting on their hands and planning on doomsday and going along with it like they've been taught to do. There's not a lot of predators around here. No, we've lost a few ducks, a few chickens, but it's very rare around here. I run them off if I see them, but usually if they're going to grab a bird, it's when the humans aren't around watching. But we've been very blessed. The energy here is very nice and protected and harmonious, and there's a big spiritual element to that. Even animals respect this place in a different way because of the positive spiritual energy, of living by actual spiritual principles and cultivating life abundantly, you could say. Anxiety and panic attacks come from a fractured consciousness due to fear belief systems you've been programmed with, and you're going to have to deprogram and find the ultimate source of healing and become it within you. I mean, that's a quick one liner. It's very profound. It's a huge pointer, you know. A lot of things I share in this channel will help physical stuff as well as consciousness related. Okay. They're all pieces of a picture. It's actually simple, but sometimes it helps to consider a piece at a time, like on the health playlist, for example. I'm 46 laps around the sun old, they tell me, in Earth years. We grow a lot of things in the homestead. Too many to list. Adaptogenic herbs, other herbs, natural seasonings, a lot of fruits, vegetables. There's wild edibles here, growing on their own. Um, yeah, just many, many, and the list is always getting longer. Hmm. The biggest lesson in life for me is that everything outside of you tells you you need to listen to it, and it's actually backwards. You're only going to find God going inward with sincerity, with a humble, repentant heart and a sincere, childlike faith. To sum up all the other brutal ups and downs and highs and lows, that's actually the most important thing you could say, learned. It's probably more like remembered, but to try to put something in words that really can't be outweighed, that I'd have to say that. We don't quite yet grow all of our food, but almost. And we can live off the land now. There's still some things we buy because it's nice to have a few little things here and there, but we don't actually need them. And within a few years, when a lot of the trees we've already start producing a lot more fruit that we can feed our animals and ourselves, the whole chain gets so good. I won't. I'll disconnect the pickup truck battery so I don't drain it because I won't be driving very often because I just won't have to. Except to go into town to the athletic center to play around on the track and field with my kids, maybe. But yeah, we're almost there. We're almost there to where we don't even have a reason to buy anything, even for convenience or fun or anything anymore. Mm. Hmm. Right on, nothing. You can totally do it. Listen to the inner yes and not all the outer no's. And if you hear an inner no, it's not you. Don't listen to that voice. That's somebody just. Mm. It's not just people with bodies that do that. But you can. Uh, fermented foods have AGEs. That's interesting. That's new to me. I know there's for ways of fermenting that don't have AGEs. I'm not sure which particular kind of fermented food somebody might be talking about. It might just be a false rumor too. I don't know all the different methods of fermenting though, and what foods and how people are doing it, so I can't say for sure. Well, I'm certainly a dedicated dad. I've made mistakes, but we're really blessed because we pray together as a family to cultivate that life abundantly among us, and it's amazing what a difference it makes. Autoimmune problems, yeah, that has a lot to do with consciousness conflicts, and then on the physical plane, the reflection of it is all the contaminants interfering with your body's natural functions. It's basically those are the two sides of the coin. Yes, Tiger, many times. Yep. Uh, Yeah, my kids have internet entertainment and stuff. It's, when you're grounded in spiritual truths, those things are not the same thing to you that they are to people that live in their mind and all they have is ideas put in their mind. It's a completely different paradigm. Locking your kids in some dark basement to make them, captives because you're afraid of everything is, pretty cringy. I know people do it sometimes well meaning, but it's pretty cringy. Yeah, if you can get 8 hours of sleep, that's great. Most people probably do well on that. When I'm eating mostly fruit, like high energy fruit from this land here, I can sleep 4 hours and feel awesome every single day. My body just wakes up like, we're good, let's go. Now we got a 20-hour day. Depends on a lot of factors. Depends on how many things are draining your battery and how many things are charging it. But a lot of people would probably do well to get 8 hours. Yeah. Mm. An alkaline diet can be very healing for people that have been living on acidity and stress and death for a long time. A lot of cures can come from it. Yeah, good herbal teas from real like organic products, a lot of value in that. Yeah. Part of my deep detox protocol involves a lot of natural diuretic herbal type teas as part of how you get things coming out of the lymph system. Hmm. Yeah, I don't have tips for astral projection. I always experienced it when I was close to death for one reason or another. And I think because I've flatlined a few times, it's easier for me than most. And you do learn some things about the state of your consciousness directly reflecting or directly attracting the experience you're immediately going to have when you leave your body. But even those profound experiences can be misinterpreted by the things you've been taught to believe. So, like a lot of things, it could be beneficial or it could be detrimental. It depends what wisdom you have to go with it. And most importantly, what spiritual principles you live by. Some people can feel great on 5 hours of sleep. Like I say, it depends how many things are draining your battery and how many things are charging it, what kind of nervous system you have, how fast it can reset certain things and the conditions it's in, how deep you sleep. There's a lot of factors. But there's been times where I was eating very little and very high energy food, and 4 hours of sleep was great every day. Never needed more. God bless you too, my friend. I love you. Have an awesome day. Have an awesome everything because you are. Yeah, I mean, maybe I'll do a video on essential oils. I'm not a master of them, but I probably mention them in something. The few properties and the implications I see that they're super really awesome for. Yeah, you can detox nanoparticles. Yeah, you can. Don't let anybody tell you otherwise. True deep detox addresses things like that when you hit all the different systems. Do I like push ups? Oh, yeah, I like push ups. Sure. Push ups are great. You can build up your push ups and have awesome muscular development and functional strength and do a lot of variations. Handstand push ups are really the most superb, really. Yeah, I've done mushrooms. I've done a lot of things in the past. I had good experiences because I knew to choose love instead of fear and not believe the dark things that would come along. Some people went through disassociating from their ego they were attached to for the first time. It became all institutionalized for a while. So it really depends what you're ready for and what you're not. Um, like a lot of things, people say, is it good or bad? And they just choose to believe something. But it's like, is the internet good or bad? Right now, most people are hurting themselves and each other with it. But is that what's happening right here? It all depends on the spirit in which a thing is being done, you could say. God bless you in Italy, my friend. I love you. Hmm. You can't disconnect body from soul. You can just be unaware of your soul. There is a way to actually lose your soul if you go dark enough and far enough, but that's really, really rare. Even all the people you would think are soulless, nah, they're probably not. But it is possible for a body to still be walking around when the soul's already left. That's an extreme and rare case. And people start witch hunts over ideas like that. So it's probably best I don't even talk about it. Not all thoughts and feelings are inherently egoic, especially feelings. Feelings are kind of a reflection, and you'll notice your thoughts will generate feelings. How about a thought of unconditional love towards somebody? I mean, is that egoic? Because your ego will try to be better than somebody. Oh, I'm being righteous. I'm being religious. I'm being better. That's an ego thought. However, if you're actually thinking it and you're liking it and you're feeling good about that, it feels right to you. It's like this innocent joy. That's not really coming from your ego. Okay. It's coming from somewhere higher, and you're also experiencing it coming through your thoughts. So it's like, what's deeper than your thoughts and where are they coming from? Uh, that is okay. Yeah. Oh, hello. Welcome. Love you, my friend. Mm. Yeah, in some of my videos, I've tried to explain things that are hard to explain in words about how my physique has changed a lot over the years based on the changes in consciousness. It's not that I read a bunch of stuff online and started trying to biohack myself into looking a certain way. But when I look at older pictures of me and people go, "That's not you," and I go, "Yeah, I can see why you would think that." Um, and I'm like, "Well, all I can tell you is my body used to suffer a lot of things, and it was because of the internal conflicts from believing things that weren't true that are very destructive." And aligning with actual truth that comes from unconditional love and the source of all power, it's always there waiting for you to care more about that than all the loud egos of external pursuits, and cultivating the inner kingdom of heaven. That's one great thing to call it. Um, you actually do connect more strands of DNA that you're told are dormant and junk. They're not junk, they're potential that's lying inactivated because man has been falling into deeper deception over time. And he's lost a lot of connections. He's becoming more beast like until he's crawling the ground, just a rabid animal. But it can go the other way too, from spiritual truth and cultivating accordingly. Oneness with God, oneness with God. The more one is aligned with that, the more of their potential starts to activate. And most likely your appearance will change because the flesh is slow and it's way behind, but it's trying to catch up to what is happening to the consciousness. I have a brother. He doesn't look like me. We're very close, but he looks a lot more like our Native American ancestors, I would say. Real handsome dude. Doesn't look like me so much. He's larger than I am. He's like 6'4", I'm like 6'2". Um, but anyway, uh, actually remind me sometime, guys, and I'll link Gravity Night Flying. He's a bush pilot and he's incredible. You can see my brother. Amazing dude. Amazing person. I'll leave it at that for now. Yeah, this is the first live for this channel. If you meditate on the Christ principles, the real ones, not the religious stuff that everybody else said, but just the stuff Yeshua said, and if you can find the other writings that have been dug up and deeply demonized and blocked, and you meditate on those, oh boy, will some things change for the better. But you got to want it because the whole world's going to try to stop you in its paradigms. You got to want that more than anything else. It's there for those who really want it the most. The kingdom of heaven is like a coin that a man finds in a field and he sells everything he has to buy that small field because he knows that one coin is buried in it. Not joking. Yeah, I'm part Native American. Yeah, yeah. Sometimes people see it in like the shape of my bone structure. If you see me in a certain lighting where I don't look so Nordic, certain people recognize it. Oh, had a lot of Native American friends growing up, really resonated with a lot. Mm. Yeah, those leg extensions, I counted them. I had to throw a pebble in a bucket for every 100 reps, and I went to whatever I wrote on that thing, 11,000 reps or something. Took me 2.5 hours. It's real, man. You can sit through the whole thing if you want to. There's no cuts in it. Sometimes I get a hair up my butt to do some crazy endurance record, and when the spirit compels, the flesh is willing, and I'll go until the wheels fall off. But that was just a day when I had the time and the inspiration to do it, so I did. And yeah, my quads were really nice and sore for a while from that one. Anybody that's ever tried to do even like 1,000 leg extensions, even on a lightweight, like 50 pounds or something, dude, don't let anybody tell you that's not going to stimulate muscle growth. You got to be kidding me. All your fibers are so like fatigued, they're all damaged, all your metabolics are overwhelmed. When you recover from that, you've upgraded nucleus and a bunch of other things. Uh, I don't use PEDs other than ecdysterone, which is a plant PED. I think it's actually banned because it does work, but it's got no negative side effects. And I found that vegetarian, once you learn about nutrients and how to digest them, I've built muscle and strength and stamina and mental well-being and spiritual well-being much better than raw meat diets and everything else. And I've tried everything under the sun and things I made up myself. So yeah, it's you've been told a lot of things that are not true about that. And you've also seen a lot of vegetarians and vegans who don't really eat any protein. So you think, well, you can't have any muscle, but you can. You just have to take care of your macros. It can easily be done. Uh, Stem cells in your meniscus. Check out the occlusion band video. There's some pretty good implications there. And also my connective tissue healing stack video. I'm not selling anything on it, just sharing. Those are really good for the body's healing peptides and stem cells and such for injury recovery. Yeah, I think turkesterone is a good source of ecdysterone. I think so. I think that's how that works. I grow suma here because it grows in the tropics. I don't have enough yet to use my own, so I'm still buying. And you got to find a product that actually works, and you got to take a higher dose. And what people thinking you have to have a body that's cleaned out and digest things well, and know about food combinations so you can digest enough, and then it really works. It doesn't make you big, really, but it gives you like density, and it gives you recovery, and it gives you more stamina for training, and you just feel better, and everything works better. And that means you can train better and you can develop better. So it's legit. It's good for cartilage too. Wink, wink for all you guys concerned about height and all that. If you're not done growing, I can't say this, and I'm not saying it, but I would look into ecdysterone for cartilage development and see what you think. You go down that rabbit hole and make your own decision. Mm, mm. Uh, you can check out my detox video. I laid it out pretty well, simple as I could, and read the info box and start formulating. If you're curious, I've done a lot of detoxes, but the most effective things I put together is what I laid out in that video. It's done a lot of people a lot of good over the years that have actually tried it on their own, people I talk to privately. Fasting is wonderful if done for the right reasons, especially. And remember, a fast could be something else. You could fast from electronics. You could fast from sexual thoughts. You could fast from a lot of things to focus on like spiritual cultivation. And to whatever degree you're sincere about unity with God, you will get that in return. You will get what you put in sincerity. You will. If you're fasting for some other reason, for health, it can be really good for health, yes. And the more you purify the temple, the easier it is to let more light in. I don't know about subliminal work and manifestations. I don't know. I mean, I think society is already being subliminally programmed, and that kind of works at holding people down. I'm just not sure how it's supposed to really lift people up. I don't see how you just tell your brain something in somebody else's voice 9 million trillion times and just like force it into doing whatever. I remain pretty skeptical, to be honest with you. I experimented with it, and I'm just mostly for others. People used to pay me to record subliminals in my voice, and I used to do it willingly, thinking maybe. But after a while, I'm like, I'm not sure this is working, and I don't feel comfortable doing this, and I don't want people's money, so I'm done with that. So I'm really not sure. Raw milk would be a whole food by itself. And there's a reason a little tiny cow can grow into a gigantic one in a short time. I don't see any reason to really combine it with anything unless maybe there's some Ayurvedic herbs you can look into mixing in milk for certain purposes that it makes a nice carrier for those herbs. But beyond that, it's a very complete food. I don't see why you would want to interrupt that by shoving other whatever in your stomach, when you can just get the best out of it by itself. How do you feel about Jews? Jews come from the same source everybody does. And if you're incarnated as a Jew, that's an experience. But I mean, if you look inward, there's no reason to keep separating and being racist unless you want to continue to descend into further madness and suffering and darkness. Yeah, my detox covers a lot of parasites. Yes, many parasites come out of people using it. As a vegetarian, how do you get B12? Well, B12 is not quite what you've been led to believe, but we do eat some duck and chicken eggs around here, and that has a lot because they're really healthy. So, if nothing else from that, but actually, a healthy gut biome, which nobody in society has for a bunch of reasons, but a biome actually produces B12, just like the earth dirt does itself. It's just another missing thing people don't realize. It's been taken away from them, obscured, so you can be taken advantage of with diseases and this and that. And as far as ayahuasca, same as anything. If you go into it with proper spiritual principles and aims for more unity with God, other than some ego-based whatever, it could be great because you might actually be ready to use it well. And if you go into it for ego-based motives, it's hard to know what kind of entities are going to affect you how. You know, I mean, you'll kind of get what you're asking for, but people don't understand how they're asking. So hopefully that gives a few good pointers. Permanently increase oxygen in the body. Well, if you do breath holds and breath work on a regular basis, your body gets to where it is carrying much higher oxygen. If you totally stop for years, it probably goes back close to whatever your baseline used to be. But if you do it on any kind of a regular basis, it gets to where your oxygen levels just stay higher cellularly all the time, which has profound benefits, of course. Hmm. To have a good gut biome, you have to stop taking antibiotics and build a real immune system. You have to cultivate a lot of probiotics, probably based on what foods you eat and what foods you will be eating, because probiotics from other regions of the world based on different food groups and stuff are not really relevant. Those give you some rabbit holes to start looking down. You have to build back something like a proper ecosystem in the gut. Otherwise, candida, which tends to survive like a cockroach, despite all the antibiotics fighting your battles for you, which is another downward spiral of a certain system that I won't say. That'll just take over your whole body, you know, permeate your gut and get in your brain. And then it's like, I can't think, I can't understand anything, I can't do anything. Most of that starts with the destruction of the gut biome and the gut wall and the real immune system, and it just goes from there. But you can reverse engineer it the same way it was engineered upon you, but in reverse. Some people heal on a raw meat diet because they stopped all the other contamination that was feeding a bunch of other diseases. Okay. Just because something improves you from where you're at doesn't mean it's actually optimal. It just means that when, like I tell people, if they would just simplify their diet, they would heal from a lot of things, even if they're not eating the perfect diet. Simplification. There's a bunch of strains of yeast and mold and bacteria and metabolic problems and stuff that's feeding off like the horrible, insane food combinations everybody thinks are normal. And when you go as simple as nothing but raw meat, you may end up with a lot of tapeworms or something down the line, but you will eliminate a bunch of other problems you're already suffering from. So it creates this illusion that it's like the answer and we should all be food cultists and make our stomach our god and fight about it. But enough time and experience, you start to see deeper and further past that and realize that, there's a lot of steps a person could do to improve their health from how horrible it actually is, but it doesn't mean you've found the end all be all answer to all things. That's all just another ego trap. Yeah, I was 6'2" in that younger picture. Yeah, by the time I was 20. So the wider frame and jaw and skull and all that stuff's happened since then. Yeah, monks aren't jacked because they're basically practicing mental calmness and peace and stillness and non-attachment to outcomes in life. So why be jacked if your whole philosophy is like detachment from any of the things that cause you suffering because you are attached to it in this world? It's an interesting thing. Personally, I believe that a higher spiritual path, well, I know for sure, is like what Yeshua showed, where you give everything to others. You don't just cultivate your own peace. That's better than nothing, but it's not doing as much for anybody else. It's I wouldn't say it's selfish, but it's kind of it only goes so far. That has nothing to do with muscle building, but it's just kind of an observation. Quinoa noodles are quinoa noodles made from quinoa. It's just a thing my kids ate sometimes. Quinoa is a complete food. Guys, when it comes to a complete food and you're like, but this food has fats and proteins and carbs. Yeah, a lot of foods do in nature. Just eat that food by itself. It's a complete food. It's designed that way for a reason. You don't have to worry about food combinations because you're not combining it. What age did I stop growing in height? I don't really remember. I think I was full height by the time I was probably 19, 20, somewhere around there. And then I think I lost an inch over the years from all the beat downs on my connective tissues and joints and vertebrae. And then I regained it again later from healing and building that stuff up. Interesting. Clavicles? I suppose they did. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, when you stress your bone structure, for one thing, your cartilage here can grow. So when you stress it enough, it expands out further. And I've broken this cartilage in the middle around rib cage a few times. And I think when it healed back, it actually got broader. And, I think like my fingers, guys, They don't even fit through things they used to fit through even in my 30s because all these knuckle joints, all these pieces of cartilage are so much bigger. Because I beat my hands so mercilessly all the time. I don't know if you guys can see this. Um, like, look at this, the kind of blisters, you know. My hands are so beat up all the time that I beat them to where I can't use them. I have to stop, you know. And that repetitive beating is always stimulating that collagen matrix in the cartilage. And if you have the right recovery and nutrition, and you access the what is it, the parasympathetic side of the nervous system, your body uses those beat downs as a marker to go ahead and reinforce something and make it ready for more. You know, it's just a lot slower with things like cartilage. Yeah, some people grow till they're 25. You know, 15 to 25 is kind of the range I've heard. Depends when your growth plates seal or whatever. The way I make magnesium oils, I take those flakes link in the videos about it, and I just put a lot in water. I don't even measure it. I just go by feel, and usually mine's strong. It stings. It's stronger than most people want. My wife makes one about half that strong. That's much more pleasant and still does a lot of good. It's actually really weird how much magnesium those flakes that I use, how much you can put in water. It's like, when does it stop? I haven't even found a max limit yet. It's like it appears to almost have like a limitless solubility thing. It's very strange. But the formula eventually gets so strong, it just like it's too strong, it burns, and you're probably not even going to absorb all that because it's overkill. So I don't know. I just kind of go by feel. I don't even have a formula, but you can find those online. All kinds of natural healers have formulas, you know, on magnesium oil. I Whey protein was really hard on me, and I don't support the awful animal exploitation dairy industry. So me personally, I like pea protein. If you're not allergic to it, I find it to be much more digestible. Always did better building muscle on it. It's my go-to when I need a protein supplement to fit in getting protein in with all the other things I'm doing and still build some muscle at the same time. You don't have to have a protein powder if you got the time to and the way to like construct all just real foods and stuff. But if you need one, that's my go-to anyway. Yeah, yeah, brother shreds. Me too, man. I got a big pot in the kitchen right now, this big, full of what looks like water, but don't touch it with an open wound because it actually ate a pile of magnesium I had sitting there. It's crazy, right? Around here, the air's damp and it didn't even take long. And I'm like, what is happening here? Now I have super magnesium water and I didn't even mix it myself. It just pulled it out of the air. I know exactly what you mean, man. It's pretty interesting, the properties on it. Awesome that you're here, man. Most talented, underrated musician I've ever known. Most humble guy. God bless you and yours as well, friend. Thank you. I certainly like raw cacao nibs. One time back when I lived in a city, I had to go to jury duty. We only had one vehicle at the time. My wife had to take it to work, and it was about a 10-mile distance. So I set out early in the morning, in the pitch dark, walking to the courthouse, and I was eating raw cacao nibs the whole way. It became an enjoyable walk, and I got there and said a few things that made them think I'm sketchy. So they let me out of jury duty. And then I got to walk home, and that was enjoyable too because I was cranked on cacao. I hear that a lot of the cacao in society is contaminated with heavy metals. Very unfortunate. The real thing, of course, is great. Can't speak for products because I don't know who's growing what in what soil, of course. But the product itself, cacao, oh man, I'm a self proclaimed uh, addict or enthusiast or whatever. I love it. Prunes definitely will clean you out. I know that. Good way to get things out when you're plugged up, which most people are. Think about urine. Yeah, I know people drink pee and put it on their hair and all this. And maybe it's good in some cases. I mean, I don't really know, man. I mean, I can thrive on health without drinking my own pee, so I'm just not all that concerned either way. Let the people that thrive on pee drinking say what they have to say if they're really thriving on it, you know? If you're stuck between a rock and a hard place and that's the only elixir you got, I mean, hey, I hope it's working great. Oh, happy to, friend. God bless you too. Life abundantly. Guidance, blessings, and protections on you and yours. My neighbor, my neighbor of earth. Yeah, moringa, we grow it here. Yeah. Don't just heard of it, use it. Love it. It's great. It's a great tree. Yeah. Uh, yeah, I've fasted for 3 days. I fasted for a week. I've done a lot of fasts. I know people that do like, you know, a month, you know. I'm not even hardcore. Hardcore compared to most, I guess. And maybe someday I will do a really long fast if it's the thing to do and you know, the flesh will be willing if the spirit leads. Hmm. So we shop at supermarkets very minimally for a couple things that are nice to have once in a while. Hmm. Right on, brother Shreds. You got a heart of gold, man. And it's super cool to be able to align with that, you know, because you're a very caring, loving person, and it is a blessing to be able to, you know, treat every little thing, every little helpless thing the way you want to be treated. You know, it's a wonderful blessing. You're an awesome man. I love you, dude. You know that. I don't really make money anymore because I did the hard discipline of self-sacrifice, living below my means, and from a young age, I bought property. I scraped and scrimped and bought properties, and then sold them later, and then bought more land and sold it later, and got to the point where we could um, build our own way of life and not need money anymore, practically. You know, other than the smallest bits. I mean, I can sell some fruit on the side of the road for cash if we need a little money just to get by at this point. To me, the idea was to build a better way of life. Somebody has to do it. Some people are more called, most people are probably more called to change things from within. I would have died within. I can't live in that prison system. It was a prison to me from the time I was knee high to a grasshopper, and I wouldn't have survived it. So I was always on my way out, and it took 40 years of servitude to achieve it, but we did survive, and it's been more than worth it. And somebody has to pioneer a better way of life. So when people are truly ready, um, that'll exist. You know, it's like kind of grounding it into this reality. Strangely enough, once something is kind of being done, you actually don't have to tell people or show them because it'll just get disinformationized by everybody else anyway. You just do it, and then in the collective subconscious, it gets easier for other people that are in alignment with that to access it. A lot of people are actually creating the same thing right now. I don't even know. I haven't even gone to look, but I guarantee you there's other people doing basically what we're doing right here in other locations on the earth. They're probably not saying much because if you want to pull it off, you kind of got to do it and lay low. But I'm sure I can feel them. It's happening. Much love to you too, brother. I've been up. I was back and forth on that too, so many times, so many times. What's my monthly expense? I don't know. If I could say, I could guess a number, but people probably think I'm just making it up anyway. I'm sure my family can do whatever we do, except when certain things break. Let's just say, okay, it's getting better every year. This is a process occurring here, and we're not there yet. I would imagine over the last year, we're probably like less than 500 a month as a family, and that's even with what few things we do buy to invest in upgrading the property as we go, that are creating more sustainable systems. And that's a family of four, thriving. Hey, if you want to fix crooked teeth without braces, I'll give you a pointer. Go research Weston A. Price and all his work and what he figured out and showed and all that. It'll get you a really good start, okay? Whether you can or not, I mean, that's going to come down to what you believe and what you align with and so forth, but that'll definitely give you some useful information and understanding. Does my family want to become as strong as me? You mean like physically? Because in some ways, my wife's already a lot stronger than me, or she never could have lived through all the things we've been together. Nah, I'd imagine my younger son, he might fantasize a little bit about, He-Man strength and stuff. My older son is pound for pound one of the strongest people ever, and he's super fast and he's super agile. I don't know. I don't know how much my kids worry about that. I don't, they don't like watch TV much or anything, and they're not in public school, and they're not inundated with a bunch of ideas about how you're not enough, so you better conquer the world and be the best at this, that, and the other. They're just naturally themselves. And I don't put crap on them about you better be this and you better be that. I mean, I teach them how to swim. I teach them to, that we share in our faith in the principles of Christ, the only truest thing in the world, and how to work in harmony with nature and love living things and be true to who you are and stuff like that. But I don't uh, I try not to influence them with worldly goals because I'm watching them to cultivate who they really are, who they came into the world to be. And I don't need to put ideas in their head because that would hijack it, get in the way, as well meaning as those ideas would be. I've had to learn from what happens in the world and all the damage it does. Being super extra sensitive to all the damage, it's been more clear to me. So now I can apply what I've learned and not do some of the same things to them so we can see who they really are. Check out my vegetarian video and check out the links about some vegetarian protein sources. The ones I eat here, you won't have access to anyway. So I try to link some things most people can get that are complete proteins. I eat a lot of breadfruit here. Oh, love it. We have nuts and seeds. We have a lot of things. Well, I know that if you don't believe in healing something that the system says you can't, the snake swirling staff symbol of sorcery and mind control that started thousands and thousands of years ago that people keep serving blindly, like if you hear an inner voice that says you can heal it, you can. Now pay attention to how it shows up in your path and walk it through. And if you stick to that, you can, or you wouldn't even be hearing that inner voice. And I'm talking about the one that comes from love and makes you feel wonderful, not some ego voice. I'm going to do it because I'm better than other people. No, that's not even the same voice. So I think you probably know what I'm getting at there. Yeah, I eat fruit in the morning. As we get more fruit, it's going to get to where that's what I eat all day, every day, different varieties of fruit. Talk about superb energy, especially when you're physically active. Mouth guard, oral posture. I don't even know, man. I don't worry about stuff like that. I just focus on the central, most important things. Seek ye first the kingdom of heaven. All these things will be added to you. The body will correct a lot of things if you start operating from truth. The truth that comes from only the one source, and not all the things in between that source and you telling you other things. It's okay. Huh? That's fine. I love you, dear. Mm. Yeah, you can increase strength a lot without body weight. Every time I focus on just strength, I lose mass because I'm not doing the same stuff I do with bodybuilding, and my nervous system coordinates and I get way stronger at certain things. I never set personal best at my heaviest weight because my heaviest mass is a different kind of training to get the biggest size I can get. So yeah, don't ever let anybody tell you you can't get stronger while you're getting smaller. You definitely can. Certain fruits my teeth are sensitive to, and I generally avoid them. Or if I'm going to eat some, I just make sure I wash that off my teeth afterwards. So you got to pay attention to your own teeth, and some people's enamel are more susceptible to others to certain things, and I do have certain sensitivities, and I just eat accordingly. But most of the fruits I like are not hard on my teeth at all. Ray Pete, not really. Heard the name a million times. I don't really read other guys how to build muscle. I mean, I quit using other people's ideas and started getting better at it a long time ago, and I didn't look back. Well, it depends on your goals. BB, in the real world, strength is more valuable than looks, but I mean, it all depends on why you're doing it and what you're aiming for and what the purpose of it is, and how you're going to use that. Hmm. Semen retention. I'm experiencing that right now. It's like a spiritual fast I'm just instinctively doing. So yeah, but I don't do it for some physical reason. That's a bunch of ego nonsense. I do it for the spiritual cultivation of the inner kingdom. And the physical benefits follow accordingly if you're making any real spiritual progress. Otherwise, you're fooling yourself in your ego, which is being sold, all over as usual. Specific meditation prayer. No, I speak to God from my heart and then I do a lot of listening, which is what I call meditation. Specifics are like something that you're filtering through another man who told you what to do. So now it's not even authentic. To me, you're just outsourcing the experience, and there's already a massive loss in any spiritual value. If you're not doing it from your own heart with a sincere heart like a child, you're just imitating somebody hoping to get a certain result. And you might get some results that way, but I prefer a much more direct path, cutting out all the middlemen that are trying to profit off the idea that you need them. Why do I believe in God? I suppose the NDE I had when I was 2 years old. After that, there was never any possibility for a lack of belief. Is Jesus God is a narrative that's controlled in a certain way, and there's a lot of confusion about it, and I don't really. I mean, if I get into that in this channel, it's probably over. If you ask me that on a thread sometime, I can give you some useful resources to look into if you actually want to. I mean, if this is just some bait for an argument, that's one thing. But if you actually want to look into what that really means more, I could hook you up with something if you remind me on a thread sometime. Yeah, man. What was your NDE? Well, I mean, I was in the presence of the one they call Jesus. I didn't know that. Later, when I was at a Sunday school and I'm hearing these stories and I recognized something he said and I knew that's who I'd been with and I explained that at the age of like 2. And the thing was I was so young when it happened there was no words. I hadn't been conditioned to words yet, but as I go throughout life and realize how it changed me, it's more and more apparent what a lot of those changes were. And the more I actually live according to his principles, which he's made easier for me to see into and understand than most probably, the more I unlock even more of what was given to me. Um, but I'm not going to make sensationalized videos about my NDE like everybody's doing. I see a lot of problems people are having. It's almost like the same problem with people using their drug trips to tell everybody else what to believe is the ultimate reality, and they don't really understand enough about how consciousness works. And a lot of people mean well, but there's a lot of mixed messages and confusions and narrative control and a lot of weird stuff going on in that field. So again, for me, I'm going to let the loud egos of the world fight it out about that, and I'm going to let the still small voice of God be there, like it always is for those that are willing to seek it above all else. I don't have a Discord now, and I can't allot time to stuff like that. And the last time I was in one, people said it was about my content. It was totally unrecognizable to me. So I'm like, okay, you guys have fun. I don't even belong here. So that was eye opening. But maybe somebody out there makes a Discord out of stuff like this. That's fine. Anybody wants to do. Looking big, sure, it's intimidating. It affects people. Some see right through it and don't care. Some will use it against you even, but most people, it helps with the visual aesthetic affecting them. As far as efficiency of function, you want to find that sweet spot where, like if you wrote on a chart, stamina, speed, coordination, strength, and you had the highest 1 out of 10 score total in those areas mixed, you'd be the most functional athlete, right? Hmm. Uh, Ask me on the threads if you have something important you want to contact me, and I'll drop you an email, and then you can delete that message after you email me so we can talk. I can't allow myself to be leaving my email out because I have to turn down people that want counseling constantly. I don't have the time. I can't do it. And I also don't have the time to write long letters explaining that to countless individuals. So if it's something that you think we could have a quick back and forth that'd be of value to you, just remind me on the threads that you need that email. And after you email me, just delete that message off the thread so I don't have to like turn down countless other people coming to me asking for all these things I really can't give them, at least not at this time. Amen, Johnny Apple Shreds. Yoda is wise. For sure, man. Soursop, yes. Pears, no. Soursop, yes. Discipline is what you were a disciple of. I have a lot of innate discipline, but I've aimed it at things that were completely destructive that others would admire, but they were miserable. And I've aimed it at discipleship towards oneness with God and found that all of a sudden now high levels of discipline are profoundly valuable. So, the word disciple is in it. I don't do yoga personally, no. I stretch a little and I breathe deep and I relax and listen to the still small voice that's voiceless that just gives me things when my intentions are pure. But I don't think any of that counts as yoga per se. I don't know how often I'll go live. I have to play it by divine guidance, you could say. I'll let you guys know when I have some idea when the next one is. I'll announce it, like I did with this one. Things on the homestead when you're responsible for a whole bunch of different systems working right, like today, I'm fine on my rest day. And I try to always have a rest day on Saturday. Our family does that, but there's things that come up, like the water system breaks or something, and you just have to do what you have to do till you get it fixed. So planning only goes so far when you're responsible for all the systems yourself. So we'll see. Plus my own spiritual, I need to retreat to solitude and be with God and make sure I'm right. So my ego's kept out of the way so I can be of value to you guys. I have to cultivate that too. And I have to put quality family time in with my family so I don't lose sleep at night because I'm cheating my own kids and wife. So really there's a dynamic balance to all this, and I have to be spirit guided, not ego mental planning, basically. Oof. I don't juice my fruits. I just eat them. I like abiyu a lot. I like passion fruit a lot. Phew, I like papaya a lot. I like lemons a lot. Sometimes I like oranges a lot. Everybody loves pineapple, right? I like bananas, especially when I'm active, which is most of the time. There's a bunch of things I like. And really, one or two good fruits on a given day is all I need. I don't try to like eat all these different fruits in one day. Like yesterday, I just ate passion fruit and banana were my fruits, and man, it was a great day. Wonderful energy, almost too much for my own good. I had to go out and deadlift a avatar tree a bunch of times to just put it to good use. That and some emotional stuff I needed to channel due to my empathy for others that I love, that can build up and overwhelm me if I don't use it well. Hey, Thor, what's up, brother? Yes, spirituality hour. Sure, man. And pragmatic stuff too. I mean, it's all welcome if I can be of service to anybody because, pragmatic things are of spiritual value, right? When you clothe the clotheless and you feed the hungry and you take care of the widows, I mean, those are physical things, but they're of great spiritual value. And I know you know that. I'm just pontificating for everybody's benefit, hopefully. Yeah, my older channels were very confused. Spiritual awakening, exploration, dark night, detox, all kinds of stuff. Um, you do well not to base anything on them too much, other than understand that people go through some wild stuff when they start unlocking different things and going through experiences and doing whatever it takes. Yeah, fruits definitely top of the tier, easy digestion, high energy. Raw milk is from healthy, loved animals is super awesome for anybody except those that just genetically don't do well with milk. Yeah, it's a awesome whole food. It's a complete bodybuilder food. And when it's in its raw state from healthy animals, it's a really good whole food. Yeah, leopard has muscle density, bone density, has a really strong nervous system. A leopard doesn't have to think about being strong. It's just the way its energy flows. Pull things 4 times its weight up a tree backwards. It's like, whoa, very impressive. But their density, like their bone density and just the way they're made, they're built for power. But you got to have the nervous system energy to do it, or even them strong bones and muscles that do very little. It's the uh, it's the channeling of their spirit through their electrical system that has high currency to pull those muscles that hard. And they got to be denser; they'd tear them right off, right? What time of day do I eat fruit? Kind of throughout the day. What do I think about fertility? It's one of the hardest things to shut down on humans, despite all the attempts to do so. Fertility. I don't know what else to say. No, I don't use visualization for body transformation. The body's following the spirit. I focus on spiritual growth and the body reflects it in what way it does. I do visualize physique changes sometimes, and then, that helps me as an artist look at the shaping of things and reshape them better. Like, hey, I'd like some more delt cap or whatever, and then you use your workout paintbrush and stuff to build it. So in that sense, mm, yeah, I mean, in my people keep asking me, even though I took like a long time doing my best to explain, as far as I can tell, why my structure of appearance changed, and people just keep asking me like they're wanting me to say something else, like whatever you've heard elsewhere. But of course, I can't. I've done my best to explain it the best I can. And if it doesn't make sense yet, then there's probably something in your consciousness that might feel threatened by something there, so you're not really willing to hear it yet. I'm guessing I've seen this kind of automatic self safety blockage thing that the human mind does to itself based on the beliefs it has that are in conflict or threat when they hear something very different. But if you listen to that video, as far as human words go, I mean, I said anything and everything that I could. You know, people keep wanting me to sell them some idea, like if you face this and do this ritual, and dude, I mean, I think there's all kinds of people selling ideas like that, probably, and I don't know. Um, but however my appearance changed, it was just following my own consciousness changes, and I linked some physical things. Linked to Weston A. Price's research about full bone development for people to look into that have a scientific mind, want to understand some of the missing links and maybe apply it. So that's right brain and left brain, and that's all I can really do. Higher body fat in some people is different than others. Some people are designed to carry a little more and be just fine. Other people really shouldn't. And you can look into Ayurveda to understand some of those concepts about body types. Depends on what you mean by higher. I mean, too high is too high for anybody, but there are certain people that can carry a little more fat in a healthy way if it came from healthy foods. I mean, you got to understand that what people call body fat is a lot of times just a storage place for the body to put excess toxins that would overwhelm your systems and hurt you really bad. So your body will build fat just to store them. So a lot of times a good detox, people are like, I lost all this body fat. I wasn't even exercising. And a lot of the reason is why is the body got healthy enough and opened the detox channels, and then it started pulling out that junk it had stuffed into that fat or cellulite or whatever it was making to separate all those horrific toxins from the bloodstream and the organs to protect itself. And then those things come out and you get leaner. The only tools I've ever used that help me grow spiritually are the principles taught by Yeshua ben Yosef, the one they call Jesus. But listen to him and not everybody else talking for him. Focus on him and don't listen to anybody else or you'll miss it. And pray for a deeper understanding. He coded those things on purpose. It's for those who really want them. And they're profoundly simple. So, of course, the world of men can't see them at all, except those who really want to. I don't even take K2 and D3 anymore. I can't even afford it. I just give it to my kids and I have them eat it. And I don't need it, but I have them eat it with any meal that has oils. It doesn't matter which ones. Hopefully, you're eating healthy oils, but any meal with oils, guys, it's a fat soluble vitamin. Eat it with some fats. Done. You got it. I don't have any written protocols. The last time I wrote things because people requested it, I got the worst cancel culturing, and yeah, it was ridiculous. And it was really good stuff, and it was probably underpriced if anything, but I'm not selling anything. I'm just explaining things now. It's like in recorded words instead of written words. And I don't have the time to write down the same things I say anyway. So, plus, I'm not sure it would do any good. I mean, if you can't hear the words when you have a video where you can replay them as many times as you want, it's like I could write you a 500-page book to impress you and make it more complicated than it is, but I'm not serving you well. I'm actually enabling you to stay stuck in a paradigm that you're already in, and I'm here for the opposite, basically. Not to say there aren't good things in writing. There are. I'm sure there are. It's just not what I'm called to do, at least not at this time. Yeah. Well, I'm basically sharing a lot of the same things here. I'm just putting it together piece by piece in the health playlist. It's all coming together. It's just not in a condensed formula to follow, which people kept asking and asking and asking till I built one and they sold like absolute hotcakes. And then a bunch of people teamed up on me and just cancel cultured my butt right out of the internet. And it's fine. I'm not a victim of anything. And I love and forgive everybody. And where they were looking at it from, however they saw it, I'm sure they did what they thought was right or whatever. But it is pretty unfortunate that a lot more people didn't get to hear that stuff, especially since every single thing that was written on it actually helped people be able to prevent or easily heal from COVID and still instead of resorting to things that were going to hurt them. And at the time, I predicted what was coming, and I got canceled for that one time, and then I got canceled for selling what would help people another time, and it was like, dang, I'm really hitting a lot of red flags here. I'm hitting them in the AI system. I'm hitting them in individuals' belief systems. Interesting. But now I don't tangle or fight with any of that. Everybody knows there's lots of problems, and everybody's focusing on who's the worst problem. But the problem with that is it's like punching a tar pit and you're just getting pulled into it yourself deeper and deeper. So be the light. Just be the light. And it'll be for those who want it, you know. And nobody else is, if you're repelled by unconditional love and support, then you're not being kept captive, Go a different way if it's your choice. I honor your free will regardless. Hey, John Lee Bo, it's a sixth, whatever it was. Ask me for a resource about that on one of the threads one day. I want to link you something, okay? It can be profoundly helpful in a clear understanding of what happened there, a very clear understanding about the real Christ, the real principles, the real meaning, the real history, and the way things got to be the way they are, and all that. If you're really interested, that goes for anybody who's truly interested in that for the right reasons. Just ask me. I can point you in a direction that'll be very, very helpful. Yeah, turn the live stream off and go outside. I set this day aside for you guys. I'm here to serve. It's not about me right now, okay? I mean, this is about me. Given to you is about me. And I get to be outside in a beautiful place quite often. I really do. Yeah, I'll eat raw honey if I have the real stuff, the unfiltered, uncooked stuff. It's a superfood, yeah. In fact, there's a beehive up the way, and I got a bee suit. I might go poke around in there, see if I can take a little bit about without hurting them one of these days. Any thread. I try to keep up with the messages. Just remind me that I made this offer, and I'll link it to you. It doesn't really matter which thread, old thread, new thread. I don't care. I go in the studio thing and it shows me recent comments, so it shouldn't really matter what thread you put it on. Threads meaning the info box under any of my videos. It seems like somebody's asking that. Absolutely, friend. You're very welcome. My favorite kind of music? Well, if I'm in the mood for something like powerful, it's Johnny Appleshreds, who's possibly still logged on right now, the most undiscovered profound talent of like melodic death metal and similar high level wonderful ear for music and absolute skill beyond anything I could begin to play, but I can't appreciate, and it's epic. And then if I'm in the mood for like something sort of traveling through outer space in my imagination type feeling, I get into more like I guess it's like cyberpunk and certain types of synth music and stuff. Not all of it, a lot of it. And I'm just like, ugh. But you guys, you'll hear from time to time when I put it on certain videos. Stuff that just gives me a good feel and my imagination's flowing with it, and it's nice creative stuff. Hmm. Very true, Jerry. Very true. Very true, man. That's honesty, and it's a beautiful thing, and the world needs it. It's a shame it's under so much attack, because it's coming from a good place, being honest with yourself and being honest with others about what should be obvious. If people weren't so browbeaten by fear from such a young age, how can you quit pornography or thoughts on it? You have to stop feeding it. There's entities playing off you there, okay? You have to redirect your consciousness to something worth cultivating in yourself and feeding. But if you fear it and you think it's so powerful and it's got all this power over you, you're feeding a narrative that just makes you even more a slave to it because you're stuck in your ego, a victim under something's control. You have to make it the small thing that it is. It's like, I'm part of God. This is a tiny thing compared to me, and I'm tired of being caught in this little mire. Even though my mind's going to try to get me back on this path, make a choice. Resist evil consistently and it'll flee from you. Spiritual principle. You do have the power. You're just believing voices that tell you you don't. I don't really like. Oh, my favorite New Testament letter? Probably whatever James wrote, if that counts as a letter. I'm a red letter guy, but I think James was having a back and forth with somebody else in the New Testament, but that's been largely obscured. And anyway, I can't get into it, but short and sweet. But I read something by James one time and I'm like, the brother of Jesus speaks up. Beautiful and simple and true. Mm. I'm sorry for your pain, friend. It is overwhelming when you have feelings. Understand that life is eternal, and it's hard seeing people get robbed of their life here, and it's brutal, and the pain is real. And you're strong for feeling it, and it actually makes you a more valuable person the more you feel, even though it hurts a lot. Those who give the most in this world, they have to go through pain to do it, don't they? Yeah. I love you, man. I feel it. I'm sorry. I'm sorry it hurts so much. Thank you for feeling anyway. And you're not powerless at all. That part's not true. But the willingness to feel is, needed very much. Okay, healing stomach lining. Start out with my detox video, and then understand that fear and chronic fear from false beliefs eats holes in your stomach. Okay, so cultivating inner peace from truth that only comes from the one true God, and aligning with that, and detoxifying the body from a lot of things that are invasive that are now preying off the damage already done, and then regenerating yourself with healthy, simple meals and practices and well-being and stuff. And your body can easily fix those things if it's not under so much attack from so many angles. But you got to get a lot of obstructions out of the way. Okay. So check out my health playlist if you haven't, and take your time with it. And if you have some good questions to take it a little further, hit me up in the threads and I'll see what I can do with you. I can't technically, diagnose or treat anything, but as a friend, I can share a lot of things I've been through, right? Amen. Not that I'm big on that term, amen, but amen, brother, for lack of better words. Thor, that was cool, man. Thoughts on becoming like Batman? Uh, Cartoons are fun, you know, when they're for fun. I gave all my thoughts on hairline loss in the video about it, my friend. Being redundant is just a waste of your time, honestly. Right on, man. Yeah, start with that. Take it slow. Think about it. Read the links and stuff. Look at the connections and, be relaxed and don't let anybody tell you you can't. You'll be able to put some things together and start forming a plan of action and just evolving it as you go. And you'll be watching yourself just take more and more sovereignty over your body. And every time you get some positive, you just, of course, you just want to go further and take even more because you realize for sure that inner voice that says you can is telling you the truth. It's all the other voices that have been lying. Well, if your girlfriend left you based on how a guy looks, if that's really the reason, and maybe you're just assuming that's a reason, but if that's really why, then she didn't love you anyway, man. She's not currently capable. She doesn't understand what love is because she was born in this world and lost track of that. So, I mean, you don't want that anyway, man. To be with somebody that you have to look a certain way, you're just basically a captive in somebody else's ego trip. Don't do that to yourself. Everybody deserves better than that. But first, become the source of love. And then somebody that understands and receives and knows how to give love, they will absolutely bond with you, and your relationship will go places none of these shallow, superficial, backstabbing, tactical nonsense things are ever going to go for anybody, man. There's something much better for you than that. Don't settle for that. I mean, that's my 3 cents. You have your free will, but I mean, as a friend, just saying. What about the heartbreak? What about heartbreak? Yeah. You got to share it with God. Okay. Um, and if you do that successfully, there will be wisdom given to you on the profound value, the profound empowering value to the degree of heartbreak you've been through, the degree of treasure that can come from it that's of value. That's true. But you got to take it to the source of all wisdom and love. Sun exposure is important, but you can, if you can't do it, you can supplement with D3, K2, and magnesium, the trifecta that works together. And I wouldn't recommend D3 without them. It'll probably hurt you more than help you. Uh, and you can take care of that way. If being in a sunny place with your shirt off is not a practical, regular option, like it isn't for most people. Hmm. Where is God? Everywhere. Everywhere. So the question is, what is the false idea of God that's blocking you from experiencing the reality, the infinitely excellent reality? How many false ideas? How many untruths? How many things that are not real are you living as if they are? You know, it's the obstructions that are in the way. It's not a lack of God's presence. It's quite the opposite. But everything the world shows you is like a backwards reflection that teaches you to look outward for something and try all these egotistical tactics to find something that you think is like some person you're looking for or some king to worship or all these things invented in the ideologies of man's ego mind. And it's like, again, looking at the finger and missing the moon. I wouldn't manage everything that's going on in the world. I live the principle of do unto others as I'd have them do unto me. And if everybody did that, there'd be no managing necessary. You wouldn't need an empire controlling and managing everybody anymore because spiritual truth would put everybody in utopia. But until everybody's choosing that first, um, no amount of the dark side trying to micromanage everybody is ever going to make anything better. It's only going to keep getting worse. Yeah. Mm. Oh yeah, resistance bands. Sure, I can go over that real quick. I think they're great for low impact training. Like you can train a muscle group more frequently because you're not tearing up your joints or connectives. You can really focus on peak contraction. You can put enough bands that your peak contraction is literally building strength because you're pulling as hard as you can, say, without beating up your joints. Um, you can take them anywhere you go. Like I say, it's kind of like something you can do more often. Anything you want to build strength and peak contraction on the concentric, they're good for if you have enough bands to challenge yourself. Also, the way that you can use them in totally different angles creatively that you can't do with free weights gives them a whole ballpark that free weights don't have, as good as free weights are. So, if you use some creativity, you can do amazing things. If I wanted to prove something, I could spend a year just doing, I could buy a bunch of bands and just build muscle for a year. But then everybody would say you just lied and you're secretly doing something else anyway. Plus, I don't feel like doing that, but I guarantee I could, you know. So those are some things to think about. Hmm. Uh, I can't sit here and tell you if you can grow a certain amount of inches, man. Anybody that tells you they can tell you that is taking advantage of you, okay? Um, I said all I have to say about it, honestly, in that video about it. I'm not going to make things up. I'm not going to sell you ideas. I'm not going to take advantage of you thinking that I get to tell you what's possible for you. That's unfair, it's uncool, and it's not true to you. I'm doing unto you what I would have done unto me. I used to do a lot of things I was told, and I suffered all the devastating consequences until I got tired of it and started taking responsibility, authenticity, and sovereignty of my own existence. Now I can give some pointers nutritionally and spiritually, but it's what you do with that that matters. That's all that matters, man. You have to discover that within yourself, or you're always going to be running around having somebody lead you into something and sell you something else and manipulate you. And the world's already been enslaved in that for thousands of years. So to be true to you, even if it's not giving you what you want, I have to be honest with you, because I love you enough to tell you the truth. Hmm. That protocol I stopped selling. Ask me on some thread. I'll try to remember it off the top of my head and write it out for you. Okay. The basic gist of it. It was nicely put together. It was like a 1 + 1 + 1 + 1 equals like 50 kind of thing. I see some healthcare leaders sort of catching up to some of it at this point, but it was ahead of its time and therefore drastically underestimated. Although the people that used it thanked me privately. They couldn't do it publicly without getting attacked, but the ones that actually used it, even after I got cancel cultured and witch hunted and all that, they thanked me privately. So I'm really glad I got to put it out there when I did. And I think I can probably remember all the basics of it. But ask me on a thread sometime and I'll try to type it out for you, okay? Under any video, um, I'll try to keep up with that. I know that I have several of these to do for you guys now, things we discussed here that I'm supposed to link to you or type out later. So I'll be looking for that after this, guys. I have drank small amounts of castor oil, and when I drank small amounts, I enjoyed the taste. I felt nothing, but I've been cleaning my liver and guts and stuff for a long time, so maybe that's why I didn't really have any reaction. I'm sure if I drank enough, I would. I know it gets brutal if you go high enough, but honestly, I just was like, that's kind of good. I sat around waiting to feel nauseous or something. Never happened. That said, guys, hey, if anybody's not paying close attention, pay close attention. Don't go chugging castor oil. At least not because I said so. Okay. I ain't saying that. You got to read about that before you make a plan that's responsible if you're going to try such a thing. Yeah, I use occlusion and resistance bands all the time. It's a great duo, especially if you want to like pump a muscle up frequently. Yeah. Because with the bands you're doing the concentric, so you can build strength, you can stimulate muscle cells, you can even work the fibers enough to grow, but it's low impact on the joints, and you're not doing the real hard damage on the eccentric that's harder on your nervous system and the muscle fibers. So that more frequent kind of training, you can build up a muscle, you can improve your mind muscle connection, you can build up the nucleus factors and stuff like that, mitochondria, and teach it to hold more volume and get pumped better, and a bunch of different things. Yeah. And the occlusion, of course, adds to it. Great thing to do. Yeah. If you want my breath work style, just watch my video I recorded because everybody wants a technique from me. I don't have a technique. I just relax and do what takes me to such a state of bliss that I'm unconditioned and don't even remember I'm a human or where I am or anything. And it's wonderful and it's super healing. And I just recorded myself doing it. I think some people suffocated themselves trying to do the breath holds I was doing. You don't need to time everything the same, but you can just see what I'm doing, and I just relax and do it. And rather than talk and give you a bunch of instructions, I just filmed it. So you can just relax and watch that anytime you want. It's out in nature, it's really peaceful. You can loop it at night to help you relax. I mean, whatever you guys want to do, but it's there if you want it. I think I called it Breathe With Me, Access the Parasympathetic Nervous System. I think that's what I titled that video. I've had a lot of benefits, health and consciousness and well-being and all kinds of stuff without following any technique, just following the inner guidance, the still small voice of what's going on in my own soul, you could say, coming from the creator, and just relaxing and just doing it in a way that feels awesome and takes me out of all the mental nonsense and puts me in a better place for a while. And then when I come back to mental reality, I'm a better person for the rest of the day. They can live more in alignment with who I want to be and be better to others and a better reflection of the actual nature of God. And, it's really productive and it's really good for your health. Uh, uh, yes, exactly. Ellie Wary. Yeah, exactly. It's like your heart knows. You got to relax and let it happen and stop thinking that everything's about doing something you were told, because that's kind of going to keep you from the value in breath work, in my opinion. It might sort of point you towards it, but you got to relax and let it happen and do what's natural to you and get to a deep, blissful state. And your pattern of breathing, I like breath holds, but deep, slow breathing is real good too. I just tend to get even higher and more out of body and more awesome and just more blissful and more positive downloads and stuff when I take it even further. So I instinctively hold my breath. It tends to like compress oxygen into me. Then I breathe slow and my heart rate gets really low and everything gets super relaxed and it's just wonderful. What you think about dogs, truly. I love them. I love all animals. Dogs show people a lot about unconditional love and loyalty that people don't sadly show people as often. Pretty amazing for a simple animal to do that. I love all animals, though. I love animals that aren't that affectionate. I at least appreciate them, you know. Not so much giant face hugging looking spiders running at me. I'm not very loving towards them, I'll admit. I'm not claiming I'm perfect or anything. I'm just me, whatever that is. Whew. Hmm. Wim Hof is like a superhero breathwork that does mighty feats of impressiveness with it. So, yeah, if people want to look into that, it's certainly impressive. Yeah, if you have a lot of voices in your head, most of them aren't your own. Don't feed them. Don't listen to them. If it doesn't come from love, it isn't truth. I don't care what anybody says. That's a fact. You got to test it for yourself to keep it simple for now. Simple is always the best. Sometimes people won't accept it. You can look at the world and tell that the world won't accept simple, but it really is the best. Taking simple and make it complicated is insanity. Taking the so called complicated and making it simple is brilliant and wonderful and effective and valuable. Hmm. My mind was changed about what I eat based on listening to my heart when I learned to open my heart chakra and find where true leadership is supposed to come from for human beings. It's like the next dimension humans are supposed to evolve into if they're going to become a temple of the living God and heal this world like they were asked to do and even shown how. But then that got drowned out by a lot of egos and noise and agenda. But it's still there for those seeking it. So I just eat in alignment with who I really am. That's all. The lizards listening and becoming wise. I like that. Yeah, these guys are crazy. They'll jump on your head and go for a ride. They're fearless. They're all over the place. I almost fall out of a tree sometimes. I'll be climbing a tree like holding a machete or something in one hand, and I reach and grab something, and something squishes, and I instinctively go ah, and I have to catch myself because I just grabbed a lizard. I hope I don't get busted up on the count of a lizard one of these days. So far, so good. I don't know enough about this methylene blue stuff. If it's synthetic, I would say it's not going to be of the highest order, but I can't judge it. I don't know enough about it. Maybe it's somewhat effective. Maybe it can do some real good for people. I just can't talk on things I don't really know. It's not authentic. It's not fair to you guys if I do that. Hmm. Hmm. Yeah. Yeah. Your best friend will manifest in a better form, my friend. Just because that's the best friend you had so far, it's not truly your best friend, okay? What would be great is to start being your own best friend because then it'll be much easier to discover outward reflections of the same thing. It all starts from the inside, where real creation is coming from. I can only be a good friend to you guys if I'm a good friend to me. I used to believe things that had me be mean to me all the time and try to be nice to others, and it's just forced and it's a front and it doesn't work and it's dysfunctional and you have to be honest about yourself. You have to be honest to yourself about that if you want to make any spiritual progress. As it turns out, we're all like streams of the same light or waves in the same sea or something. So by spiritual law, you can't be mean to yourself and nice to others. You can fake it, but it's fake. You know, it's anemic. There's no power in it because it's a lie. And you can't, people that try to be good to themselves at the expense of others, they don't know what good is. They can steal and enslave everything in the world, but nothing good is happening for them. It's just getting darker and more depraved in there. That's not love. That's not good. How do you love the sick and wicked? Because if you want to know God more, you have to become the expression of what you know God to be. Okay. If you believe in a false God that's plays favorites and blames people and throws people away and all that, like, you can't do it. You're handcuffed spiritually. But if you actually know that an all powerful, all knowing, all capable God is not petty, weak, or pathetic and is far greater than your wildest imagination, then you start acting on that principle, and then you start getting it given to you from the inside, and it just becomes better and better and better. So you don't care about any of the things you used to be obsessed with in the world. You just don't. You look at them and you're like, man, I used to be in that trap. I used to think that if I fought hard enough for that, it would eventually get me something. And I was just digging myself into barbed wire, basically. It was a hell that I was just working my way into, because I was so out of alignment with what's actually real. So become the source of what you would like to see or be or experience, and you will find that you will. And that's between you and actual God. That's how that happens. I don't think you can truly love others without loving yourself. I think you can fixate on others, you can worship others, you can do nice stuff for others, but by spiritual law, if you don't actually love yourself, then you can't really violate spiritual law that way. You can't really love others. You can do good deeds for them because you believe in doing it, but you're not actually experiencing love, you know? Hmm. I hear you, Johnny Apple Shred. Same way, man. Our closest connections are found all over the world. They really are. And they're probably where they are for a reason. I mean, be a light unto where you are. Let the light shine through the cracks of wherever you find yourself located. You got to be it, right? And become it. And then not only is your path guided, but you become a light in the dark for others. Truly awesome principles. Yeah, don't let men tell you what God is, guys. Those are all the attributes of weak men that lie. You know it in your heart. You live in a world where countless people have been tortured to death for even attempting to question that or live a better way. So, it's literally programmed into the DNA of humans by this point to just be too terrified to even take an honest look at it. But if you do, you can do that quietly. You don't have to go yell and get yourself crucified. Just cultivate it within and see where it leads. And you'll find your authenticity and how you're a light unto the world. And that's what it needs. It doesn't need outward imitations and slaves. It needs internal cultivation of truth in the kingdom within. And then you'll be a tree that bears fruit, whatever kind of fruit you bear. Is it possible to train and be a vegetarian? Well, I don't know. Check out my whole channel and you tell me, man. Oh, well, thanks for being here, and I'm honored to be of any assistance or service to you. Hmm. Yeah, okay. How is anybody fighting against God? What is this God that you think anybody can fight against? Do I love Jesus Christ? Of course I do. Who do you think guides me? Who do you think's principles I live by? I mean, there's the idol version of it that some people have been taught, and there's the version I met when I died, you know? So how can you not love somebody that is the reason you even can love? Well, you can ignore God. I mean, sure, that's anybody has free will. Um, I would say most people ignore God. Largely, the people that are loudest throwing the word God around have totally ignored God. That's why things are so bad, if you want to call it bad. Things are so dark. You know, it's an inner childlike sincerity thing. It's, the people that make all the noise, that's an outward compensation for influence over others. It's once you understand, once you can observe a human ego from a higher place, these things are very obvious. You understand what it means to die to yourself. But unity with God is priceless, and it's an inward thing. It's not something you argue about on the outside. That's virtue signaling for control over others, and it's a fruitless, painful, dark path. And I only feel compassion and empathy for the many, many, many people that are very stuck on it. No, I'm not an AI, but I understand why you might think so, the way the world's going. The real world feels like infinite, unconditional love and power. That you're totally home and you don't remember that you forgot. And there are infinite wonders, infinite. It's completely limitless in awesomeness. There's no words for it. Some of these questions you guys are asking me, the ones that are really asking, you actually know the answer. This is how you earn some kind of spiritual sovereignty, is you learn to listen to what your heart already knows, that the world's been disconnected from. It never goes anywhere to have some man outside you tell you that. The best thing I can tell you is that you already know, and that's why you're asking. Cultivate that. And don't let anybody ever come between you and God again when you realize that's what's happening. I love you too, man. You're more than welcome. Thank you. Yeah, we're almost 100% self-sufficient in everything here. And we will be soon enough. I mean, we could live with it if the world's cheese slides off its cracker and there's no society, there's no place to drive to, there's nothing to buy, our family can lay low here and be perfectly fine at this point. There's still some things to improve to make it even better, but yeah, self-sufficiency. Yeah. People attack what triggers their shadow. It's basically what they hate about themselves that they can't face. They hate about themselves, so they've sort of locked it in a prison, and it's being abused in that prison. And so when you make something in them feel that or start to stir it up, their ego is terrified of the change. So it attacks the image. It's like punching a mirror or seeing its reflection in still water and then smashing that reflection and stirring up the water and yelling a bunch of things at it. And it's a need for spiritual detox, you could say. But a person can only do that when they choose that above all else. As long as they choose the comfort of what their ego believes and the ego thinks it's right and has to be right, I'm right and everybody else is wrong, they stay in the same trap and there's no spiritual growth and no fruit is bared. I've heard about this knees over toes guy. I haven't watched his videos or nothing, but um, people bring his name up to me sometimes. And I heard some other people say that really helped their knees. So that's good. No, I can't answer that. It'll just destroy this channel. I'm not here to trigger all the Pharisees or anything. I'm here to point you inward so that you'll start cultivating your relationship with the still small inner voice that's already there for you. I'm just pointing. But again, don't get distracted by the finger and miss what it's pointing at, right? Once you make that connection and start cultivating that, nobody can take it from you on the outside ever again. No matter what scary thing they swear to you they know, because they've been told a bunch of times, and that's why they know that they're right and you're wrong, and bad, bad, scary, scary, fear, fear, trap, trap, dark world, no fruit being bared. You'll see it, but you got to go inward. I don't really know how much protein I aim for. I do it kind of instinctively. And if I feel like I'm shrinking too much, I just add a little more, just look in the mirror and go, I guess I haven't been eating enough, for my activity levels. I'll just up it a little. I don't measure things like that. I don't know if you're asking me about Jungian philosophy or psychology. I'm no expert. I haven't read his stuff or anything, so I wouldn't have any relevant analysis or whatever. Of course, I experienced that, my friend. Blessed are you when you're persecuted for the sake of righteousness, because yours is the kingdom of heaven. So if you focus on Yeshua, you start to rejoice when you're treated absolutely horribly for being unconditionally loving to people that are being hateful towards you because they're trapped in something they don't understand. And then you get to see with eyes that see, and then it gets easier to be compassionate all the time. You easily forgive them, for they definitely know not what they're doing. As long as you're resistant to it, then your ego is like, that's not fair. Well, of course it's not fair, but there is no fair on planet Earth. Who even cares, There's nothing fair. It's what is the value in it? What is the value of what can come from this experience? And there's choices that are of love and of life and of truth, and there's choices that are of fear and of death and of deception. And no choice is really neutral. They're always coming from one or the other. Well, you're an amazing human too. You're a miracle. Every single person is. That's a fact. Right on. More plant based. Good step, man. Step in the right direction. Hmm. I think it's going to be archived. I pushed a button that said something about that. So, as far as I know, this thing gets archived. I sure hope so. You think men are all knowing? No, that's pretty much my point, is that men think they know because they're stuck in ego and they're not listening to the still small voice that waits for them to put that above their ego. Cool. Yep, I'm going to archive it. And seems like most of you guys are saying less, and some people have gone along here. And I keep getting the what about raw meat and uh, how do I grow taller and stuff. I've said whatever I can say about it. So I probably ought to get going and wrap this one up. I appreciate all of you. Whether you're here loving or hating, I appreciate and love you, and it's all valuable. And I honor every one of you. And I wish, I wish to continuously be able to be of greater service to all, or as many as as I'm able to or supposed to or whatever. I love you guys. Right on. This was an awesome live stream. Thanks for being here. It's exciting to see the channel grow, and if it's God's will, it'll continue to do so. And I'll do my best to get myself in a state where my illusionary ego stuff's out of the way so I can be a better service when we have these meetings, and be a true friend and a brother and a light into the world to my fellow lights to get them lanterns lit. All right, guys. Over now for now. Utmost love and appreciation.